In November 1970, a 45-foot-long sperm whale died at sea and washed ashore on that very same beach near Florence. For more than a week, the 8 tons of carcass remained there, rotting, while the locals tried to figure out what to do with it.
They did face just one minor problem at the time. You see, it had been so long since a whale washed ashore in these parts that nobody could remember how to get rid of one. It was too big to bury, it stunk too much to cut into little pieces, and burning it was out of the question. So, in its ultimate wisdom, the Oregon Department of Highways, which had jurisdiction over this beach, decided to blow the thing up, to use dynamite.
It seemed to be the best idea at the time, at least to Highway Department engineer George Thornton. As he told Lindman on that fateful day, dynamite had solved plenty of problems in the past, and he had a strategy.
Well, I'm confident that it'll work. The only thing is we're not sure just exactly how much explosives it'll take to disintegrate this thing so the scavengers, seagulls and crabs and whatnot can clean it up.
Thornton settled on 20 cases just to be on the safe side. His crews dug holes, placing the dynamite to blow the whale bits out to sea. As they went about their business, more than 100 people turned out to watch.
Oh, yeah. There were picnics. There were entire families. This is going to be fun. Let's go see the whale.
Only one man expressed concern.
I'm thinking we got big trouble here. 20 cases of dynamite.
Walter Umenhofer had come upon the scene by accident. He'd been looking for property that day, but since he'd worked with dynamite and sand in the military, Umenhofer warned Thornton, who didn't take him very seriously.
This guy says, anyhow, he says, I'm going to have everybody up there on the top of those dunes, far away.
According to most accounts, NASA has launched rockets with less fanfare.
They made a big spectacle of waving their hats, their hard hats in the air, and clear everybody away and all this, all clear.
The flag drops, the thing goes off.
And they touched that sucker off, and let me tell you, that thing went up, and it was the biggest mushroom cloud you ever seen. And it was red and white and black, and it was nothing but guts and blood and gunk.
Carried by a wind, the cloud moved inland.
So everybody all of a sudden start realizing
We're covered. We were permeated with redness. And the smell.
That would be the least of their problems. Those who witnessed the explosion agree that the next few moments seemed to last forever. Individual descriptions vary, but it soon became apparent that what should have been little pieces of whale turned out to be big ones.
And this stuff starts hitting the ground. Boom, 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 boom. And all of a sudden you realize I could be killed by whale blubber here.
and I'm watching this one piece. There's a big piece up there. It's kind of flubbering and floating around.
And we ran. We literally ran.
And it just absolutely stopped. And it came flat down. And kapow!
Right on top of Walter Umenhofer's 1969 Oldsmobile.
It was a neat car. I just got it from Dunham's, and it was a Regency. And like I say, the funny thing about their slogan was a whale of a deal.
From Florence, Oregon, Wayne Friedman for ABC News.
Well, hello. And welcome to the Oikos Church Workshop. My name is Tom Mercer, and I'm very excited to welcome all of you who are watching online today. We are going to have a great time together. I think we've got several hours of instruction for you. We're going to take a few breaks and give you a chance to get up and walk around a little bit. But I hope you'll hang in there with us for the entire time today, because I believe this can be transformational for you and for the church that you lead. Before I get to the topic at hand today, let me just remind you of a couple of housekeeping items. You might notice on your screen there's an opportunity for you to log into the chat. We've got a couple of our staff team members here today, Lindsay and George, who are going to be hosting the chat, so make sure you take part by logging in. If you have any questions throughout the course of the day, they're going to be answering them and monitoring those questions. Now, at the end of our time this afternoon, and I say this afternoon Pacific time, it might be a little later than this afternoon for some of you who are watching, but we're going to have a regular Q&A and answer some questions for you. But go ahead and begin to record those questions as we make our way through the day. And you also have the opportunity to download some of the materials that are available for you. These are materials that we actually hand out for our in-person workshops, but since this is a remote experience, you're going to need to download those. We have provided everything that we provide in person except for the Not My Church book. For the cost of the in-person workshop, we provide that free as included in all of those materials. But if you want to get a copy of the book, you need to go to notmychurchbook.com, and you can take care of that later on. Today we're going to give you a full court press on the word oikos, and we're going to talk a lot about the oikos principle. It will lay a foundation for that idea. Now, some of you have already asked in our pre-workshop correspondence what the difference between our experience today and what the difference is compared to what will be provided on October 22nd at our National Oikos Conference. That'll be a full day as well. And that day we will be kind of lasering in on those specific areas of ministry that the Oikos principle can energize. And we'll talk about oikocentric ministry as it relates to children's ministry, to student ministry, to small group ministries, because there is so much more than what you're going to be able to hear today. But I hope that today will pretty much lay a foundation for the National Oikos Conference. And you can go to nationaloikosconference.com and register for that single-day experience. We had a little more planned a year ago as we envisioned the National Oikos Conference, but because of extenuating circumstances globally, we've tried to provide many of these experiences online at a greatly reduced rate so that we can all enjoy them together from the comfort of our office or our home. The video that we began with today is one of my favorites. It's a great way to start any day, in my opinion, because it's a ton of fun, literally. But there is a park up there that just recently they built, and it's in that town, that Oregon coastal community, and they built a park where that took place. And that explosion was, of course, decades ago, but they built a park, and they asked the community, what do you want to name the park? And so they voted, and the community voted on the Exploding Whale Memorial Park. So if you go visit there today, you can enjoy the park and remember the video that you saw on the Oikos Workshop. Okay, well, we're blessed once again to have you. The reason that we showed you the video, well, two reasons. Number one, it was fun. And number two, we're going to blow up some ideas today. Maybe some ideas that you've had for a while about the gospel, about the Great Commission, about church ministry. And so since we're going to be very intrusive today, and I know sometimes we can speak in a manner that can be somewhat provocative, that I believe is my job today, to just provoke you to consider some ideas that may not have have been considered in your ministry or in the local church that you lead before. So what I want to do is begin like we begin all of our workshops by asking you to raise your right hand. Right hand, please. There you go. Everybody, no matter where you're sitting. God is watching. I can't see you, but he can see you. Right hand up. Please repeat after me. I promise not to be offended by anything you say today. Tom, in Jesus' name, amen. Okay, you can put your hand down. There we go. We actually have taken the pledge and opened in prayer all at the same time. But we hope that God will open our eyes to some new truth today. Let me begin by just stating our purpose statement as a church. Here at HTC, Cheryl, my wife, and I, we raised our 3 kids here. We've been in ministry here at HTC for the last 37 years. And the purpose statement of this ministry is this, and you'll see it there in the syllabus: preparing every generation to change their worlds for Christ. Every generation. At the National Oikos Conference, you'll see how that every generation looks. And specific strategies for kids. I mean, we start training the Oikos principle, to children who are 2 years old. What the principle looks like for students and for adults, in small groups and large groups, every generation. We were careful to put the plural form of the word world in that statement, because we never expect anybody at HTC to be famous enough to change the entire world. We're not going to change the world. We talk about that all the time. I mean, let's go out and change the world. That may be what we would love to be able to do, but none of us are famous enough. None of us have that kind of influence or impact. You can't change the world, but you can change yours. I can change mine. The Oikos principle in a nutshell is this: 95% of Christian conversions are primarily generated through relationships shared between the 8 to 15 people in your world. People God has supernaturally and strategically placed on the front row of your life. There are a lot of different ways to see the Oikos principle. You can see it through a very practical lens. The fact that you share meaningful relationships with a relatively small group of people. You interact with them regularly. They can watch, they can hear how God has changed your life, how He's transformed your life. They're relationally invested with you to the point that they already trust you on a very personal level. And then there's a theological lens you could see the principle through. The Oikos principle aligns us squarely with God's historic plan to redeem humanity from our sin. The relational priorities the principle elevates reflects our being created in the image of a triune God. You know that verse in the Old Testament, Deuteronomy 6:4, it says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." It's one of the most popular verses when we talk about the uniqueness of the God we worship. But that word one in the Hebrew, echad, it always speaks of a compound unity. It does not ever mean one in isolation, but one in unity. Never used as a singular entity. You see, God is a relationship. We were created in His image. God is Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God is a relationship. We were wired that way, for relationship. The Bible is all about relationships. A relationship that we once had with God that was unbroken, but then broken by sin. Broken relationships litter the landscape of the Old Testament. And then Jesus came to restore our relationship with God. And because our relationship with God has been restored, now horizontal relationships can be restored as well. I mean, how many verses can you think of in the New Testament that teach us how to restore and maintain healthy relationships within our families, within our churches? How many times are we challenged to maintain this compound unity with the people we share life with. People ask me regularly, when are we going to teach something besides relationships at HTC? And the answer is, as long as I teach the Bible, I can't not teach about relationships. Because every passage brings relational baggage into it. Think about the principle and the structure the Oikos principle creates in our lives. It helps us maintain a more disciplined focus on the purpose for Christ's church. So that theological lens is important. But then you could see the Oikos principle through a visual lens. We oftentimes use this idea of a theater, and you can picture your life as taking place on the stage of this theater, and it's filled with a lot of people you interact with. I don't know, maybe hundreds, maybe even thousands of people that you're involved with at some level. That theater is filled with non-believers and believers. And some of them are sitting in the balcony. They're watching, but from a distance. You don't have much interaction with them personally. Others are closer, maybe in the mezzanine section. But then there are those who have really good seats down in the orchestra pit. They're getting closer. But it is that group of 8 to 15 sitting in those front row seats who are able to see the way you behave. They see that very clearly. They're able to hear what you believe. They hear that with great clarity. And some of those front row dwellers are already following Jesus. Others have yet to take that step of faith. But the ancient Greeks called that group, the people sitting on your front row, your oikos. Actually, as you can see here, Professor von Oikosstein, you might recognize that guy. He's got a little more hair. Anyway, he discovered that oikos serves as the root for two English words: ecology or oikology, and economy or oikonomy. And it makes perfect sense. See, oikology is a science of interactions in natural communities, examining that interaction between plants and animals and rocks and gases and how they affect one another. That's our ecological or oikological view of the world. And then the economy or the oikonomy simply refers to the sound management of the resources that are represented right there in those relationships. And so when you combine those two words together, you recognize that this principle, the Oikos principle, provides all of us who are believers the opportunity to manage better what God has provided in these organic, natural communities. The latest numbers tell us that 20% of Americans are going to a weekend church service. And that number continues to fall from year to year. See, if our goal is to fill church buildings, which some of us have grown up in church believing is the goal, and if that's our goal, then we're failing miserably. Except that in the New Testament, the church is not a weekend service. The English word church comes from the Greek word ekklesia, and it refers to a group of people. But the word that we normally refer to as church comes from the ancient German Kirche. That designates a street address. We talk all the time about going to church. I'm not suggesting that we change the word we use to describe the groups we lead. I'm not saying stop calling it a church. Maybe we just need to remind ourselves that the Great Commission was never given to non-believers. It was given to us. Jesus didn't challenge a non-believing world to come into our beautiful kirkas. He challenged the church, the ecclesia, to go out into a really lost world. And that's the amazing thing about our church family and your church family. Half the work's already done. We don't even have to go anywhere. For most of us, we're already platformed in the middle of that lost world. And I have no argument with the pollsters who say this percentage or that percentage of people are attending church. I just fear that their research is reinforcing our focus on the wrong issue. Personally, I believe that virtually 100% of the people in this country attend church regularly, because church isn't a place you go. It's a group of people you know. And so the people who live in our communities, my community, your community, those people who don't yet know what a personal relationship with God looks like and will probably not be attending one of our kirkas soon, they still have the chance to see the power of Jesus demonstrated every day. They still have the chance to hear the gospel of Jesus proclaimed every day, every school day, every work day, every single day. And pastors, you and I are not going to be the ones on the stage providing that information, communicating that truth. Who cares? As long as people find Jesus. And he has already platformed our church families throughout every community in our country. So for your information and for me to be reminded, let me just give you the first metric of the day. Actually, it'll be the second. 8 to 15 was the first. 95% is a really big number. A really big number. In fact, we call that a shutdown metric in most statistical conversations. 95% is essentially everybody in the world of statistics. And let me just ask you a few rhetorical questions. I think I can predict what your answer would be. What do you think had happened? First of all, the scientific community discovered that of all the people who had been healed from cancer, 95% of them had received the same treatment regimen. Do you believe, like I believe, that would be all the oncology world would be talking about? And that your family and friends, maybe even yourself, that would be the treatment that you would want to engage? Or what would happen if a Hollywood reporter discovered that of all the persons who had won an Academy Award over the last 20 years, 95% of them were trained at the same theatrical school? Do you think there would be a line forming around that school to get in? Or what would happen if someone discovered that 95% of the most valuable players in every professional sport over the past 20 years had grown up right where you are today in your hometown? ESPN would have already relocated. They would have put their headquarters there. They'd be testing the water to see what's going on in that community. Or if 95% of all believers came to Christ through the same ministry model, don't you think that every Christian seminary, every publication, every local church would elevate that model above everything else? You'd think. It's amazing to even think that all believers from every generation, every culture, every denomination for the past 2,000 years of church history, dating all the way back to the founder himself, and you know who that is. It's not a trick question. 95% of us came to faith primarily through the influence of someone or a group of someones in that oikos. People we already knew pretty well. And yet most people seem to just kind of shrug it off and go engage their next program at church. You might be wondering, so what kind of research do you bring to the table when you make a claim like that 95% of believers come to Jesus through an oikos relationship? Well, I tend to conduct my own research, and it's very simple research. I'm technically not a researcher, but I will conduct some more in a minute. But no research I'm aware of uses the kind of sampling that mine does. See, wherever you are right now, if you were with us in the room today, we would ask you to raise your hand, but you can go ahead and raise your hand anyway if this is true about you. Raise your hand if a parent or a sibling or a work associate or a classmate or a neighbor or a friend, someone in your oikos, raise your hand if the reason you would say the primary reason you gave your heart to Jesus was because of the influence of someone in that group. There you go. I've personally presented that question to hundreds of audiences, tens of thousands of people. Statistically, if you have at least 10,000 individuals in your sampling, the margin of error shrinks to less than 1%. And I have at least 20 times that 10,000 number. Just saying. Different denominations, different countries, different cultures, different age groups, different worship styles. Different. And yet I always get the exact same answer to that one question. No audience has ever been an exception. And in conversations, after the events, I may notice that somebody didn't raise their hand, and so in a conversation after the event, I might ask about it, and I recognize that they didn't really understand the question. 95% is a big metric. And I've never claimed to be the sharpest tack on the board. I'm not the smartest pastor in the world, to be sure. But even I understand that a reality like that has to be transformational in the way we lead church, and the way we conduct our lives, and the way we structure ministry, if I want to reach more people for Jesus. And I assume you do, or you wouldn't be listening or watching today. See, how could a number like 95 ever get lost in a church leadership conversation? Well, Andy Stanley, I think, nailed it in his book, Deep and Wide. This is one of those great mantras that we have continued to use after reading that book years ago. He said this, he said, time in erodes awareness of. Time in erodes awareness of. The longer you're in a particular context, the less clearly you can analyze that context. It just becomes same old, every day, every year. My relationship with the Oikos principle began 40 years ago when I heard about this idea from a gentleman named Dr. Win Arn. Dr. Arn was part of the group at Fuller Seminary, the church growth movement, back in the 70s. And many of us cut our teeth on so many of the principles that kind of bled out of that movement. It was a great time. But I sat in a room and Dr. Arn presented this principle. And I was a little bit bothered by it, actually, as I was listening, because it sounded pretty compelling. It seemed so simple and so clear and so powerful. But I had grown up a believer. I was already in my mid-20s. I've been a Christian ever since I was 7 years old. I grew up in a pastor's family. I grew up in ministry. I went to a Christian university and graduate school. And by the time I heard about this principle, I was already involved in a professional full-time pastor role with students. And I thought to myself, as I heard Dr. Arn, one of two things is true. Either this principle is not nearly as important as what he just described it to be, or I had missed something really important in my development as a believer. And so I decided to put it to the test. I had a very small youth group, and we got permission from our senior pastor to apply this principle in that fledgling student ministry, and it wasn't long until the walls were bursting at the seams with these kids who took ownership of this principle, followed a strategy that we'll share with you later on in the day. And just a handful of kids turned into hundreds of kids who committed their lives to I want to give you a couple of ideas today about this Oikos principle. One is that it's powerful. This is a powerful principle. And then we don't want to just talk about embracing the powerful side of Oikos. I want you to do that. I want you to recognize its power, but I want you to engage the personal side of Oikos. I don't want you to think ministry so much as you might think your own life and the 8 to 15 people sitting in the front row of your life. That's the personal side. I want you to, at the end of the day today, be willing to engage that. And then lastly, later on in the day, we're going to talk about being a church leader and leveraging this principle in the way we structure ministries and the way we lead congregations. And that's the word engineer. That takes some engineering. You can embrace it, you can engage it, but the heavy lifting is that last phase of what do we do with this principle as pastors and leaders. We're going to hear about a lot of threes today. Boom, boom, boom. And I don't know if that's the homiletics in me or what, but it seems like that's the perfect number to communicate information. But as far as I can tell, we'll get started with the threes. Well, I just gave you threes: embrace, engage, and engineer. Let's talk about another set of threes. There are 3 main bottlenecks to kingdom growth. And I offer them to you humbly. Remember, you took the pledge, so don't be offended yet. 3 bottlenecks to church kingdom growth. Weekends, church buildings, and pastors. Okay? Is that encouraging or what? Before I go any further, recognize that our church meets on 4 different campuses in 4 different buildings, led by pastors on weekends. So it's not like those are wrong, but if they're not handled, if they're not leveraged efficiently, we can become bottlenecks to what we ourselves are trying to accomplish. We could encourage kingdom work at an exponentially greater rate if we could somehow get the ecclesia operating every day of the week, not just on Sundays, in every corner of the communities we live in, not just on some Kirka piece of church property. And if we could get the gospel into the hands of every parishioner, not just in the 2 hands of your very capable leadership. Man, just think how that multiplies out. From 1 day of the week to 7. From one corner of the community to every corner. From one pastor to all of the parishioners. You just start multiplying that out, as we will later in the day. Virtually all of an average local church ministry and the budget that fuels it is committed to keeping our bottlenecks in place. Ask yourself the question, how much of the annual budget for your local church is committed to salaries, weekends, and facilities? So those are some of the ideas that we want to blow up today. And then on top of that, our insecurities as leaders seduce us to want the attention. And let's just be honest with ourselves. We love having people fill our auditoriums and watch us do our thing every weekend. We love teaching. We love leading. Some of us love worshiping or leading worship. We all love worshiping, but leading worship and the strokes that we get from those experiences can become intoxicating. If we're not careful, they become more important than the mission we're trying to pursue. The body of Christ punishes moral failure regularly, and rightly so. But then we brush under the rug our prideful dismissal of the lost for the sake of building our brands as church leaders. It's a huge problem in our business. Local churches are perceived as restaurants where people congregate to be well fed. I get this all the time. Somebody's moving to another community. Do you know any churches where I can be well fed? Or new people even coming to visit HTC? Pastor, we just love coming to HTC because we're so well fed. What are we, restaurants? Some churches even move from the restaurant category to the resort category, where people can have all of our spiritual needs met for our whole family. We invite them to come and spa for the day, to enjoy an entertaining show, listen to some political rhetoric that we might resonate with, and then listen to that music that we got on our playlist or the music that we grew up with. The experience on the weekend becomes our Christian experience. And pastors have become celebrity chefs. We compete to provide the best spiritual nourishment, or we become entertainers who compete for the marquee at the best conferences, or we become CEOs of organizations that we hope can crack the Outreach magazine top 100 churches in America. After all, if we don't make somebody's list by the next board meeting, we might get chopped. And I know that sounds so sarcastic, and I'm sorry. You took the pledge. But I'm just trying to call it what it is. We have spent quite a bit of time in Korea, South Korea, over the last 10 years. The Korean church has been very open to this principle, and Cheryl and I have traveled a number of times there. We've spent a lot of weeks training churches with this idea. And the very first time we went to Korea, we were picked up by our host early that first morning, and of course, having never been to one of the largest cities in the world, and Seoul, Korea it's a huge city, and so we'd get in the car, and our host would take us about an hour. We'd never left town, but it took about an hour to get to the church we were presenting that day. And my host would look at me and he would say, "Pastor Tom, today you'll be presenting at the 11th most influential, the church that's led by the 11th most influential pastor in Korea." I said, "Wow, that was humbling. All right, let's do it." So we'd present, we'd train, go back to the hotel next morning, get picked up again, go to a different part of the city. And my host would say, "Pastor Tom, today you'll be presenting at the church that's led by the 4th most influential pastor in Korea." I said, "Man, that's great. At least we're trending the right direction, right?" And we train and go back. Next day, "Pastor Tom, you'll be presenting at a church that's led by the 16th most influential pastor in Korea." And I'm thinking, all right, now we're going the other way. I hope that wasn't indicative of, the material that we were sharing. But finally, after all of those encounters, I simply asked my host, I said, "Steve, do you guys run a fantasy league for pastors here? I mean, what is with the number 4, number 16, number 11? And he said, "In the Korean church, everybody is very competitive. They all want to be number 1. And I thought, how sad that it's now become about us. And kind of broke my heart. Then I got back to the States, came to our campus here, and went up to my office. And as is the case for all of us, when we come back from a long trip, we've got a big stack of mail, and there on the top was a magazine cover story, "The 10 most influential pastors in the United States." And I thought, well, maybe we've met the enemy, and they are us. And it's not just a problem for us when it comes to motivation for serving Christ, but it's also a problem for the people we lead, because research has identified why so many people in church like to identify with their church leaders. It's so important to so many people in our congregations because they don't feel like they can make a difference. And so identifying with a popular pastor gives us, normal people, the chance to make a difference. We wish we could preach, but we can't. So we identify with someone who can. And it's not just in the church, in entertainment, in sports. We wish we could hit a baseball 400 feet. but we can't, so we root for someone who can. We wish we could throw a football under pressure and hit one of the fastest humans in the world in full stride, 45 yards downfield. We wish we could do that, but we can't, so we make heroes of the ones who can. Psychologists call it social identity theory. If we don't feel like we can accomplish what we dream of, we cheer for someone who can. And the same thing is true in the kingdom of God. If we don't think we can make a difference in the kingdom, then our church experience is solely wrapped up in the one who can. Pastors who are tempted to become celebrities actually become them. And the church's mission becomes focused on a stage, one day a week, at a place. And we focus everything on the 5%, while most of us ignore the more than 95% potential conversions to Christ. And I'm not saying we should ever ignore the 5%. We should always be ready to share Christ with people we don't know. The fact that somebody is or is not in our oikos should not keep us from sharing the gospel. But if the 5% becomes our primary focus, we're missing a great opportunity to reach up to 20 times more people for Jesus. I've told our church family for decades now, just follow the numbers and you will eventually get to the truth. Business apostle Jim Collins, many of you perhaps have read his books reflecting his research for the corporate world. But he more recently wrote an article entitled, "Forget Strategy, Build Mechanisms." And I want to quote from that article. He said this: "Almost by definition, an enduring great company has to be built not to depend on an individual leader, because individuals die or retire or move on. What's more, when a company's identity cannot be separated from the identity of its leader, it can't be known for what it stands for, which means it sacrifices the potency of being guided by its core purpose." And so he continues, and I'm still quoting, "The charismatic leader model has to die. What do you replace it with?" he asks. "The task that the CEO is uniquely positioned to do, designing the mechanisms that reinforce and give life to the company's core purpose and stimulate the company to change. Charismatic style CEOs understandably find it hard to let go of the buzz that comes from having an intense, direct personal influence." Listen to this. "But a charismatic leader," he says, "a charismatic leader is not an asset. It's a liability companies have to recover from. A company's long-term health requires a leader who can infuse the company with its own sense of purpose instead of his or hers, and who can translate that purpose into action through mechanisms, not the force of personality." The Oikos principle is a mechanism that you and I have the opportunity to leverage. And by the way, when people tell me that I led them to Christ at the end of a worship service because they prayed the ABCs, and if you're not familiar with that, we can talk about that later today. I have a whole section in the Not My Church book about that very simple way to lead someone to Jesus. But when somebody comes up, and I may not have met them before personally, church is rather large, and so they may have attended for years before I run into them in some other setting, and I meet them. It's always a pleasure to meet them, and I ask them the question, when did you give your heart to Christ? And so many times people say, "Well, you led us to Christ, Pastor Tom," and I'm thinking, not saying this, but thinking to myself, I don't know if that's possible because I'm meeting you right now for the very first time. But they say, "No, don't you remember when you were preaching on some topic?" And by the way, never ask Pastor Tom the question, "Don't you remember?" Because I probably won't. "Don't you remember, Pastor Tom, you were teaching on this particular topic? Well, that day the Holy Spirit landed in my life or in our lives and we gave our hearts to Christ. You led us to church." And I remind them that I opened the door for them, but that was all. It's kind of like going to a restaurant, and My wife Cheryl and I, not that we get to go to a lot of restaurants these days, but anyway, going to a restaurant, I open the door and Cheryl walks in, then somebody comes up behind her. And being the gentleman I am, I hold the door open for them. They say, no, you go. I say, no, go ahead. You go first. My wife is ahead of you in line. That's all that really matters to me. Just kidding. I hold the door open for them. They go in, and then I go in behind them. And this is my question. Did I lead them to the restaurant? No. I didn't lead them there. I just opened the door when they arrived. It's what happens here all the time at HTC. At the end of a service, I invite them to consider the ABCs. Admit, believe, choose. I'm ready to open the door, but I didn't lead them to Jesus. I hadn't prayed for them personally or specifically for the last 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 years. I had never had a difficult conversation with them about the way they had chosen to live their life or about the gospel, about the claims of Jesus. I never stayed up late with them, showing them the love of Christ during difficulty or crisis. See, when I ask the question, who led you to Jesus? Those are the faces I want you to think about. The question is never what led you to Christ, it's always a who. That's why we here at HTC work really hard to elevate that 95%. We elevate that 95 with purposeful plans, with sensible structures, and with exemplary leaders. And those are the three things that we want to process with you. Once again, I'll give you three. I want to process with you in the workshop today. As we seek to pursue those goals today, we apply a number of leadership principles. There'll be leadership principles under each and every one of those three categorical umbrellas. The American military calls their list principles of war. We could call our list principles of war because we're involved in a conflict as well. In fact, each and every one of us woke up this morning behind enemy lines. You were born in a war zone, and you wondered why life was so difficult. Let me tell you why life is hard. I was having this conversation yesterday with a gentleman, and I said, even when you make, for the most part in your life, good decisions, life is still really, really hard. And the reason it's hard is because war is hell. And we're fighting it, baby. That's why we have to, first of all, plan with a purpose. Let's engage that first category of principles. Plan with a purpose. An oikocentric church team plans with purpose in mind. The Apostle Paul describes the Christian life as a battlefield. We know this. He challenged the Ephesian believers to appropriate full combat gear so we could survive the persistent guerrilla warfare being waged by our enemy. The incarnation, see this in your syllabus, the incarnation was essentially a military invasion. The beachhead was Bethlehem. That's what Jesus said when he declared that the prince of this world must be driven out. This evil dictator that has held God's people in bondage for millennia. He must be removed from power. Jesus declared that the gates of Hades would not be able to stand up against the ordinance that his church would bring to bear. Now is the time for judgment on this world. When somebody gives their heart to Christ, now is the time for the prince of this world to be driven out. John chapter 12, verse 31. Then, of course, in Ephesians 6. You got to put on the full armor of God, bro. Because it's going to get hot. And our struggle is not against flesh and blood. No, no, no. Don't be deceived. Our struggle is against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. And just like every successful military commander ever, Jesus had a clear a clear objective for this invasion, a strategic initiative to fulfill that objective, and then he had a tactical approach to counter any defense by the enemy. In fact, Paul, in that Ephesians 6 passage, described the enemy's methodia, the Greek word for schemes or tactics. Well, let's just look at that in a little more detail. Number one, what is the objective of the church? The objective is to save the lost. Jesus said it. He said, I have come to seek and to save the lost. Jesus didn't come to hear good preaching. He didn't come to listen to good worship bands. You can read Isaiah 6. He had both already. The throne of God is surrounded with amazing worship and the word of God declared regularly. Jesus came with a very simple objective. He wanted to turn lost people into saved people. He wanted to give us an example of how we could live our lives for others. If they're ever going to understand the gospel, that's how we're going to have to live our lives. In the incarnation, we had that example. And then, of course, his work on Calvary's cross, his death, substitutionary death for our sin, his conquering the grave through the bodily resurrection a few days later. Now, truly, lost people can be delivered from their bondage and be saved, be rescued. That's the objective. If that's why Jesus came and then he built his church, why wouldn't the church be about that? In fact, that's where we get to the strategy. Number two, the strategy is the local church. What you do in your local church is strategic. Filling that building is not the objective. If the building fills up, praise God, because now you can become strategic in more theaters of war. But Jesus said, I'll build my church. Gates of Hades will not overcome it. Jesus did not say he would build your church. He did not say he would build my church. That's because we don't have a church. That's why I gave the book that name, Not My Church. And even through all of this global confusion that we've been embroiled in for the last 3 or 4 months, one of the little lines that I consistently share with pastors in our interaction, one of those lines reads, relax, pastor, it's not your church. He's the head of the church, he's the owner of the church, and he bought the church. He bought it with his shed blood. And I'm glad whenever people around here talk about, HCC is my church, I get that. I'm not gonna stop them from saying that. But we can never take ownership of the church. It's not our church. And one of the perks of ownership is you get to decide how to build it. That's why we look to Jesus, as we'll see later today. And then Christ himself in Ephesians 4, Paul reflects on Jesus himself giving the church apostles, prophets, evangelists, pastors, and teachers to equip his people for the works of service. That is strategic, folks. That is a strategy to fulfill a greater objective. That the body of Christ would be built up for what? To come together in the faith, reaching unity in the faith, and in the knowledge of the Son of God, and become mature, attaining to the whole measure of the fullness of Christ. Jesus came to seek and to save lost people and transform them into saved people. How can we say that we embrace the whole measure of the fullness of Christ and leave that part out? Now, the local church is a strategy. And I will say this, every local church that I've ever had conversations with who confuse objective and strategy, that's when things begin to go south. And then third, tactical. Leverage oikocentric relationships. In Mark chapter 5, verse 19, Jesus told the man who had just been healed of demons, go home to your own people and tell them how much the Lord has done for you and how he has had mercy on you. The man literally begged Jesus to go with Jesus and the disciples. There in the Decapolis region, there was nothing for him. He didn't have a life. He had been a sideshow, for heaven's sake. The people were obviously not impressed with Jesus to the point they wanted Jesus to stay there. They asked Jesus to leave. When the man begged Jesus to go along, Jesus said, no, you can't go with me, because I have something really important for you to do. I want you to go home, go back to that town, go home to your own people. The Greek word there is oikos. And I want you to tell them two things: how much the Lord has done for you and how he's had mercy on you. Now, wherever you are right now, and I don't know if you're alone or you're with someone else, but you can go ahead and raise your hand again when I ask these questions. How many of you would say that the Lord has done something for you? Raise your hand. Oh, yeah, okay. All of us. How many of you would say the Lord has shown you mercy? Okay, both hands go up for that one. See, if Pastor Tom Mercer could not be leading this workshop today, let's just say that Lindsay or George came up as we began and said, Pastor Tom couldn't make it, but we got somebody else who's going to fill in, and up to this podium walked Jesus himself. That would be an upgrade, certainly, in terms of the presenter. But if Jesus himself asked you those two questions, how many of you would say I've done something for you? And how many of you would say I've shown you mercy? And you all raised your hand gratefully. What would he tell you to do next? Well, then go home to your own people and make sure they know that. In Luke chapter 19, verse 9, Zacchaeus gave his heart to Christ. Why he showed up at the Jesus meeting, I don't know. We can speculate. But here's this little short guy. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He's been cheating people throughout that entire region as the chief tax collector. Gave his heart to Christ. And if I'm one of the disciples, I'm looking at that cat walking away and I'm saying to the other fellows, who'd have thunk that little cheat would be transformed by the message that Christ brought today? But that's not what Jesus said. He said, today's salvation has come to this oikos. While others would be focusing on the guy, Jesus already set his sights on the group. In John chapter 4, verse 53, says there that he and his whole household believed, talking about that politician, gave his heart to Christ. Whole oikos came to faith. Mark 2:15, while Jesus was having dinner with Levi's oikos, many tax collectors and sinners were eating with him and his disciples, for there were many who followed him. And then in Acts chapter 11, verse 14, talking to Cornelius about meeting Peter, he will bring you a message through which you and your entire oikos will be saved. That's an impressive litany of reminders. I just want to reminders of the oikos principle. And actually, the word oikos is a noun. It means extended family. And it's used multiple times. Many of them we've just listed. But that oik syllable in many of those compound Greek words shows up even more often. And looking through the Greek New Testament, it's always impressive to see how the oikos is so firmly embedded in the New Testament record. The first thing, though, that I want to do in terms of these principles, I told you that we would have some of these wartime principles, warfare principles. And the first one is what I call the pendulum principle. And we're planning on going a few more minutes before we take our first break, so I'm just going to dig right into the pendulum principle. And I want to begin that by sharing this line: to know God and to make him known. Now, I know this is a pretty common battle cry for a lot of churches these days. I actually love this. I think it's very reflective of the heart of our church. But when I look through a half a dozen or so websites of churches who actually use this as their mantra or their church purpose, their vision statement, I noticed on those websites as I dug in a little bit and read about their ministries that there's an awful lot there about knowing God, but not a whole lot going on about making him known. In fact, virtually nothing about making him known. And so what I want to do right now is I just want to look at a passage. To know God and make him known kind of becomes the theme of John 15. Now, John 15 is a very well-known passage. It's one of the best-known parables that Jesus shared. It's about the true vine and the branches. So I'm just going to read it, and we're going to see it on screen. And I know you can't really read that small a font maybe from where you are, so provide it there in the syllabus. But I'm going to use the whole passage, even though it's a small font, because I want to show you something when I'm done. Let me just read it for you. I am the true vine, and my Father is the gardener. He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, while every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so it'll be even more fruitful. You are already clean because of the word I have spoken to you, so remain in me, as I also remain in you. No branch can bear fruit by itself. It must remain in the vine. Neither can you bear fruit unless you remain in me. I'm the vine, you're the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. If you do not remain in me, you're like a branch that's thrown away and withers. Such branches are picked up and thrown into the fire and burned. But if you remain in me and my words remain in you, ask whatever you wish, and it'll be done for you. This is to my Father's glory that you bear much fruit, showing yourselves to be my disciples. As the Father has loved me, so I have loved you. Now remain in my love. If you keep my commands, you will remain in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commands and remain in his love. Okay. Now when you look at that passage, you notice there might be two things, two ideas that keep coming out of Jesus' words. See, that's 11 remains. I mean, look at this. 11 remains and 7 fruits in 10 verses. That's a lot of remains. That's a lot of fruits, man. It's almost like Jesus has short-term memory loss. It's almost like as he's teaching, he's forgetting that he already talked about the fruitfulness and the remaining quality of faith. Or maybe he's just trying to reinforce the importance of two things over and over and over again. Fruit, 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 fruit. And remain, 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 remain. Okay, it's clear that God sent the Son to produce a harvest. That is clear, because that's all farmers are interested in. And God is God the farmer. You see that? My Father owns the vineyard. He's the one who's farming the vineyard. He's the gardener. And since he's God the farmer, we know that's all he wants is a harvest. I know that's how farmers think. My sister married a farmer. And so he was very melancholy in his personality for the most part. And we get together for a holiday event, and of course there's a lot of chaos in the Mercer family, the extended family, because there's a lot of silliness, a lot of weirdness. It's a great group, great time. And then there was my brother-in-law sitting there not saying much. And then somebody wanting to draw him into the conversation would always ask the question, so what does the harvest look like this year? And then the rest of us would say, oh man, why'd you ask that question? Because he'd light up like a Christmas tree. He would tell you more things about the harvest than you ever wanted to know, because that's all a farmer wants to know about, the harvest. See, if a farmer doesn't have a harvest this year, he might not have a farm next year. As soon as Jesus said, my Father is the gardener, I knew exactly what this was about from a divine perspective. And then Jesus said, I'm the true vine, and the vine exists to bear fruit. So the Father and the Son are in sync here. In fact, all the characters in the parable are clearly identified, as well as their intent. The only wild card in the story is you and me. Jesus said, you're the branches. Essentially, he's asking this question. I know what the Father wants. I know why I came. What are you here for? What are you branches going to be focused on? Oftentimes when I teach, I did this last weekend actually in a different context. We had two different axes. But I like to look at quadrants because it helps me kind of form some clarity on what the text is trying to communicate. And here, the axis of personal growth, knowing God, and the other axis of personal mission, making him known. Let's just process that for a few minutes. And by the way, everybody watching today and all of the people in the churches you lead, they live in one of these four quadrants. So we look at this lower left-hand quadrant. Somebody who has no interest in personal growth. They don't want to grow in faith, and they have no interest in sharing Christ with anyone else. You can write in your syllabus, in that box, write the word mirror. Because I think what you need to do, if you have to admit you're not interested in either direction, you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, are you even a believer? And we would expect no fruit there, none. And then you look at the top left quadrant, somebody who's all involved in personal growth, knowing God, just want to know God, not focused on any particular mission or personal interest in outreach. Up there you could put the word moralist. That's the church I grew up in. Pharisees might have felt comfortable, if we ever shared this in Jewish context, would feel comfortable there. Of course, the Jewish faith is not proselytic by nature, but it was all about the law. It was all about learning more about God. And I learned a lot. Is it possible that someone who grew up in a church like that would lead someone else to Jesus? Well, of course, it's possible. But Jesus is essentially telling us, if you're in that quadrant, you can expect less fruit. I mean, it's not that he's mad at you. He just says, you need to be pruned. We need to cut some of those branches off and twigs off. Bring balance to your life. In the bottom right quadrant, you could write the word manipulative. Because here is somebody who's always preaching Jesus, but their personal life's a mess. And when they share their faith, others might feel like they're being played, manipulated, because here's somebody who obviously has a strong talk, but there is no walk to back it up. And then in the top right quadrant, you can write the word maturing. And you can expect much fruit here. No fruit, less fruit, less fruit. I mean, it's possible that this person could lead someone to Christ, but not as likely. But what Jesus wants for his branches is to bear much fruit. In fact, later in that John 15 passage, he talks about bearing much lasting fruit. Before I embraced the Oikos principle, I would have used these quadrants to compare two dynamics in the church, discipleship and evangelism. But I've come to learn, as I process these ideas through the lens of the Oikos principle, that true discipleship is found in balance. When I first presented this principle, I Googled the word balance, and I discovered 584 million hits. I didn't actually check them all out, but the number itself was pretty telling. Everybody seems to want balance, but nobody seems to achieve it. And then more recently, I did it again, and now there were 3,770,000,000 hits. Evidently, everybody still wants balance. and people still can't seem to get it. And all Jesus is telling us in this parable is that if you don't have balance, you need to be pruned. In fact, when you look at this particular group of squares, these quadrants, you could probably say, yeah, this is where I tend, or this is where I tend. You know, I'm a little more of the growth guy and a little less of the mission guy. Or maybe you would say, I need to grow more, but I'm real excited about Jesus. What Jesus is saying to you, I believe, through this parable, is just lean the other way a bit intentionally to become more balanced. And then in Matthew chapter 22, this guy shows up and he says, teacher, what's the greatest commandment in the law? Now, this guy was obviously seeking to entrap Jesus. He was not a fan. He was trying to catch him in some awkward statement that might be used later against Jesus by the Jewish leaders. But teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? And by the way, pity the fool who tries to entrap Jesus. Jesus replied, love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. What did Jesus say? Love God, all your heart, all your soul, all your mind. Personal growth, man. Greatest commandment. Well, what's a critic going to do with that line? So he's probably sticking his tail between his legs and walking away. And as he walks away, Jesus said, and the second is just like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love God, love people. Which is more important, discipleship or evangelism? Jesus said, well, the most important is loving God, and the second one is just like it. This guy didn't ask for the top two, but Jesus took him further than he wanted to go. Homu is the Greek word just like it. It actually means two of the same. Hence the translation, just like it. You can't pick one without taking the other. And then in Luke 9, he said to them, whoever wants to be my disciple. See, that's the question. See, pastors mistakenly look at the Oikos principle as an evangelism program. No, Oikos principle frames the greatest discipleship opportunity you will ever have in leading a church. And you'll see that throughout the course of the day today. But when they say, well, Tom, what about discipleship? I say, well, what do you mean discipleship? You want to be Tom's disciple? I say, oh no, we want to be Jesus' disciple. I say, good, so do I. So let's ask him. Jesus said, whoever wants to be my disciple. This is fascinating to me. You got to do two things. You got to deny yourself and then take up your cross every day. You got to deny yourself. You know, Christian discipline is a commitment to self-denial. Growing in Christ means that you're going to have to deny yourself to get to know God better. And then when you take the message of the cross, when you carry the cross to fulfill your personal mission, one of the technical requirements of claiming to be a Jesus follower is that you actually follow him. And if you follow Jesus, I know exactly where you're going to end up. You'll end up with lost people because you can read the narrative. That's where Jesus always found himself. And you would expect that of someone who came to seek, to save the lost. See, when it comes to evangelism and discipleship, you cannot pick one without taking the other. Oh yeah, we can't leave out Matthew 28. It's pretty important. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations. Now, this is interesting to me because the main verb here is to disciple people, make disciples. The go simply frames the verb. In fact, what Jesus is saying is, as you go, make disciples. It's not a challenge to really go anywhere where you're not already. We could talk about global missions on a whole another level, parallel track. But for virtually all of us who will not go very far away from home. The Great Commission doesn't tell you to go very far away from home. It simply says, as you go, wherever you go, you want to make disciples. This is an assumption that we will be going somewhere. The Great Commission is not an if, it's a how. We all come from different perspectives, and so all of us look at that commission differently. We cherry pick different pieces of it so we can custom design our own good commission. And those of us who are called to global missions lock in on that phrase, all nations. That's all we see. And those who are called to evangelism lock in on the word baptizing. That's all we see. And those who are called to teach the Bible see the phrase, teaching them to obey. That's all we see. We see ourselves there. Paralysis by overanalysis. The Great Commission is a very simple idea. The church's mission consists of one thing. The Great Commission is the only thing Jesus gave us to do between his first and second advent. I mean, stop and think about that. Between the time he showed up the first time, and the time he returns, which we believe is soon, Jesus gave us one thing to do. I just see myself sitting there or standing there. I don't know how it's going to go. And you got the Bema seat. You got Jesus there dishing out the rewards after what we hope is a faithful life. You want to hear, well done. What you don't want to hear is this. I gave you one thing to do. And you couldn't even remember that. See, most churches have structured themselves to do a lot of good things. But nobody ever calls this the Good Commission. And the people we lead generally don't have the time to do all the good things we ask them to do and the great thing that Jesus commissioned them to do. The Great Commission is a perpetual state of mind that every Jesus follower now has. If you're a Christian, then his mission becomes your mission wherever you go. This is not just a challenge to make disciples. This is a challenge to be a disciple. See, when you tell people you follow Jesus, it's funny how so many people think that following Jesus is like following the Dodgers. We're close to LA and I got two choices, Angels and Dodgers. Of course, I'm a Dodger fan. Of course. And you talk about the Christian faith and people respond at a level that you would expect to hear from another baseball fan. Yeah, I've been a fan since I was a kid. I still try to take in as many Sunday games as possible. But a Jesus follower is not just a fan. A Jesus follower is not just someone who picks up the tenets that Jesus taught and decides to follow those moral principles. We are more than that as Jesus followers. We have become an organic extension of Jesus himself, an extension of his passion, of his mission, of his love for people. Our mission flows out of who we are in Christ. And Jesus came into this world to do one thing. He came to turn lost people into saved people. He healed people and he fed people because he loved people. But when he finished his work on the cross, he walked out of the grave and he left for home because he was finished. He finished what he had come to accomplish. He paid for sin and he conquered death. And before he left, he commissioned us, and he assumed in that commission that we would be as focused about his mission as he was. There is an implied expectation here that the many good things that we could do would at least take a back seat to that one great thing that Jesus assumed we would do. And again, cross-cultural missions runs on a parallel track. Somebody has to cross a border to help establish a gospel presence in a new culture. But once that gospel presence is established, in order for the gospel to flourish, the oikos principle takes over all of the heavy lifting. And at that point, as you go, wherever you go today, be intentional about demonstrating and discussing your faith in Jesus. We want people to grow in faith. The people we engage as we go. And once again, you can't pick one without the other. When you look at the balanced discipleship of discipleship, as we've used it in a traditional sense, and evangelism, as we've used it in a traditional sense, they require the other for fuel, folks. Evangelism without discipleship lacks a generator. Discipleship without evangelism lacks a motive. See, that's what it means to know God and make him known. It's got to find that balance. In fact, it was a few years ago that here at HTC we became very intentional about celebrating the stories of world change and how people who are growing in their faith were engaging their personal mission, and their walk was now starting to line up with their talk. And when those come together, there is not just synergy, but great power when you can bring them together in the same person. And so we wanted to talk about stories of world change. In fact, we actually developed a job description. Title of the job description was The Storyteller. But as great as telling stories is, the devil takes a good idea and he tries to work it to his advantage by causing, again, this pendulum to shift too far, one side or the other. Telling the story must never replace teaching the scripture. See, storytelling connects people to the mission. There is a story to tell. We all have a story to tell. Go home to your own people and tell them what happened. Tell them what the Lord has done for you and how he's had mercy on you. But it is the word of God that prepares people for the mission. God's word prepares us. The story expresses the gospel. In 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, all scripture is God-breathed, useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work. And once again, chapter 4 of Ephesians, God gave apostles, prophets, evangelists, pastors, and teachers to do exactly that, to prepare people for what? The works of service, so the body of Christ may be built up and we attain to the full measure of Christ. The scriptures, I mean, you can see the quadrants again. The scriptures always lead to stories, always. You can't pick one without enjoying the other. Before we take our first break, let me just tell you a story about Pastor Bob. You might be sitting there wherever you are, named Bob, and you're a pastor. I'm not thinking about you. I'm not thinking about any particular pastor. But let's just pretend there's a Pastor Bob who gave great message, great evangelistic message on a particular Sunday. This guy named Joe comes down after the service. Maybe Bob invited people to express their newfound commitment. And so Joe comes down and says, Pastor Bob, hey, how you doing? My name is Joe, Pastor Bob, and that was a great sermon. I gave my heart to Christ today because of those powerful words that you shared. Pastor Bob says, Joe, that's the best news I've heard all day. And Joe says, Pastor Bob, now that I'm a Christian, what do I need to do? And Pastor Bob says, Joe, well, what you need to do now is to become a mature Christian. And Joe says, well, how do I do that? And Pastor Bob says, well, Joe, what you need to do is you need to go to our discipleship class that meets once a week for an entire year, and you learn how to grow in your faith and become a mature believer. And Joe says, oh man, it's a big commitment, but I want to be a mature Christian. So he goes for the entire year. A year later comes down and says, hey, Pastor Bob, hey, Joe, How you doing? I'm doing great. Just finished that discipleship class, and I just want to let you know that. Joe, that's the best news I've heard all day. Well, what do I do now, Pastor Bob? Am I a mature Christian? And Pastor Bob says, well, Joe, you're not a mature Christian quite yet. He said, I'm not. Well, what do I need to do next? Well, now, Joe, you need to go to the advanced discipleship class. The advanced discipleship class, what's that? And Pastor Bob says, well, Joe, advanced discipleship class meets twice a week for 2 years. Oh, man, I want to be a mature Christian, but that's a commitment. Oh, well, I'll go. He went for 2 years, so he comes down 2 years later. Now we're into this thing, 3 years? He says, Pastor Bob, Joe, how you doing? Doing great. Just want you to know I finished the advanced discipleship class. Am I a mature Christian now? Pastor Bob says, well, no, not quite yet. Well, what do you mean not quite yet? Well, now you have to attend the super advanced discipleship class. And Joe says, well, what does that mean, Pastor Bob? Pastor Bob says, well, now you have to go 3 times a week for 3 years. And Joe says, man, that is a commitment, but I want to be a mature Christian. Now, 6 years from the point Joe gave his life to Christ, he comes down and he says, Pastor Bob, I finished the super advanced discipleship class. Pastor Bob says, Joe, that's the best news I've heard all day. Pastor Bob, am I a mature Christian now? Congratulations, Joe, you're a mature Christian. Well, what do I do now? Well, now you tell your friends and your family, essentially tell your oikos about Christ. There's only one problem that Joe faces at that moment. His oikos has moved on, which is fine with most of us because we have replaced his oikos with a new oikos. Us. See, let's say that Pastor Bob, as well-meaning as he has been for the last 6 years, 6 years earlier had been replaced by a new pastor, Pastor Jesus. So Pastor Jesus gives that initial message, that initial sermon. This guy named Joe comes down and said, Pastor Jesus, I just want you to know the words you shared today were powerful, and I gave my heart to you today. Pastor Jesus, what do I do now? What would Pastor Jesus say to him? He would say, go home to your oikos and tell them that. And so Joe goes to his homies, the fellows he'd been hanging with, his oikos, says, hey fellas, I got some news I want to share. Today I gave my heart to Christ, or on the weekend, I gave my heart to Christ, and now I'm a Christian. And his oikos, his friends, those fellas respond this way, well, what in the blankety blank does that mean? And Joe says, well, actually, I'm not sure, but I'm going to go to a discipleship class this week, and that's the first question I'm going to ask. Hey, Pastor Jesus, I was talking to some of the fellows, and they asked me what it meant to be a Christian, and I didn't know what to say. And Jesus says, well, Joe, that which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the spirit is spirit, right? Oh, yeah, that's great. Hey, fellas, I figured out what it means to be a Christian. What does it mean? Well, it means now I've been born again spiritually. Well, what in the blankety blank is that supposed to mean? It's a very good question. I'm not sure, but I'm going to find out. Hey, Pastor Jesus. See, we could go back and forth from the discipleship class to the oikos. And my point is a very simple one. If what happens here is not systemically connected to what's going on here, then what happens here has no relevance to the mission of the church. Because that's the mission of the church. You know, you could go to church your whole life. You could go to small groups every week. You could be involved in serving in the church all the time and never fulfill your mission as a Christian. See, it's all about balance. This is what we want to do, friends. We want to know God. And at the same time, we want to make him known. And the oikos principle gives us that opportunity. Well, we got the persistence principle next, and I'm going to save that until after the break because we're just about ready to take a break. So stretch, get up, grab a snacky, and in just a few minutes we'll be right back here and we'll keep going.
This is Nate. Nate became a Christ follower 2 weeks ago and is still a bit giddy about it, though he's trying not to do cartwheels in public. Nate became a believer partly because of Kim. Yet oddly enough, Kim and Nate have never met. How is this possible? Well, let's take a look. Kim loved Jesus from an early age, and in college she had a huge impact on her friends. While most of her peers used their college years to, well, experiment, Kim didn't. She remained committed to her faith, and it showed. It especially showed to Lisa, her roommate, who confessed to Kim that she wanted whatever it was that made Kim so strong. Kim shared her faith with Lisa, and Lisa believed. Years later, at Lisa's first real job, she met Thomas. Thomas was hit by a drunk driver when he was 13 and still carried a lot of anger and bitterness. Thomas and Lisa became friends, and it wasn't long before he started going to church with Lisa and her husband. After a lot of studying and searching, Thomas gave his life to Christ. Fast forward a few years. Thomas became a public speaker and was often asked to speak at large events. See, when he became a believer, Thomas developed a new perspective on life. He stopped resenting what had been taken from him and started being thankful for the second chance he had been given. On one particular day, Thomas shared about overcoming hardship and what it means to choose joy. He was so passionate that a number of people were inspired to share a link to his video. The video of Thomas inspired James, too. And if anyone needed inspiration, it was him. James had a ton of issues. He spent most of his life as a passive husband, an absent father, and a horrible friend. That said, no one disliked him more than he disliked himself. But everything changed the night he happened to watch Thomas online. Something clicked and he knew what he had to do. He surrendered his miserable life to someone greater, and he was forever changed. James fought hard to make up for the lost years with his family, and he also began working with young men who were in danger of throwing their lives away. One of those men was Nate. Nate didn't really know his own dad, and he had no real direction in life, ultimately bouncing from one bad decision to another. Because of that, he often found himself in trouble with the law. No one had ever showed him what it looked like to be a real man. That is, until he met James. James became the first father figure Nate ever had. He learned about honesty, self-control, humility, and integrity, and where those traits come from. 2 months later, Nate publicly declared his belief in Christ. And of course, James was there. Now you can see the connection. Nate was impacted by James, who was influenced by Thomas. Thomas on Uncommon Joy in Lisa, who learned of Jesus from Kim. Kim's relationship with God eventually led to Nate's. Funny how these two people have never met and never will.
All right, well, welcome back from the break. That was a great example of what we're trying to convey today about the power of relationships. And as the day progresses, you'll see how those ripples of influence can actually become an exponentially more powerful way to share the gospel than maybe what you're focused on now. Well, at the end of, we told you about Pastor Bob at the end of the last little section, and we finished up the pendulum principle, describing the importance of balance, how so many church ministries are out of balance, and how the Oikos principle brings balance to our local church mission. Well, right now we want to continue with these principles of warfare by looking at the persistence principle. The persistence principle, and here's the first entry into your syllabus. Here we go. Be annoyingly committed to the mission. I put the word annoyingly because that is an extreme term. None of us want to be annoyed, but that is how persistent we have to be with the mission of the church. I mean, once again, thinking about the Bema seat of Christ, I don't want to be standing there having been a pastor for decades, and Jesus saying, why did you let my church, or at least the few that sat under your ministry, why did you ever let them forget their mission? So persistence is a big part of success in any, executing any principle, but specifically with the Oikos principle. I want to talk for a couple minutes about the flywheel. Jim Collins wrote about this in Good to Great. We read this years ago. It was highly impactful for us in terms of structure and even becoming more focused on the mission, on the great commission. But he writes about the flywheel this way. He describes a flywheel, first of all. Some of you are into the mechanical side of life, so I don't need to explain this to you. I'm not so much, so this is a little bit out of my element. But a flywheel is a device that, simply stated, is used to bring consistency to the operation of a machine. It stores energy, it generates momentum, it maintains a constant rotational speed, while the actual source of power is intermittent. But the flywheel allows the output of the machine to remain consistent. And Jim Collins talks about manually pushing a flywheel that's 30 feet in diameter and weighs 5,000 pounds and rotates on a 2-foot thick axis. That's a big flywheel. And notice the source of the power is intermittent because you or I are the source of the power. And we push that wheel, we push that flywheel, and every time we stop to take a breath, the power source is interrupted. But over time, our continued effort, our persistence, creates enough momentum that the flywheel at some point actually begins to create its own momentum. And that's true with the Oikos principle. The Oikos principle is not a program. It's not, like 40 days of Oikos. This is something that over time needs to be built into an individual or even an individual local church's psyche in order for it to, at some point, begin to generate momentum of its own. It is a grueling task to get to that point. And it not only takes power, but great commitment, great persistence. But when you push consistent energy in one direction over time, ultimately you have a breakthrough. And an oikocentric church eventually reaches that point where people cannot think in a non-oikocentric way. That's the beauty of it. They're intentional. And then all of a sudden it becomes intuitive. The point he was making, Collins was making, as he writes his books, and his research, of course, is conducted on behalf of the corporate world. But the point he makes is that great companies are produced through a sustainable pattern of accumulated discipline, consistent decisions, persistent steps forward in alignment with an organization's purpose. The Oikos principle for us has actually become a filter through which all decisions are made. And again, we'll process that a little bit after lunch today. But that church's mission is really fueled by the same requirement of persistence. A guy named Michael Useem from the Wharton Business School at the University of Pennsylvania, he wrote about 4 lessons in adaptive leadership. And he and his colleagues in Wharton's MBA and executive MBA programs integrate the military and military personnel warfare principles into their teaching so that business leaders or future business leaders can appreciate the importance of sticking to the purpose and really being annoyingly committed to their mission. In fact, in your syllabus, we listed these 4 lessons in adaptive leadership, not the whole article, but at least the 4 points. And the first one was meet the troops. The American military is persistent in focusing attention to ensure retention of the mission. You got to have that personal connection. Meet the troops. Number 2, make decisions. Making good and timely calls is the crux of responsibility in a leadership position. In fact, I was interested in what they called a Marine dictum, trying to figure out when you would actually move forward on an initiative. And they said, In the Marine Corps, when you're 70% ready and have 70% consensus, act. Don't shoot from the hip, but don't wait for perfection. And I just, in my own reflection, recognized how often we just don't move forward with an initiative because we don't have all our ducks in a row. And being prepared is important. But as far as the Marine Corps goes, 70% readiness, 70% consensus, that's the time to move forward, and the rest will fall into place on the fly. Number 3 was interesting. Focus on mission. Establish a common purpose. Encourage those who will help you achieve that common purpose and avoid personal gain. That was key for me. Because Christian ministry is not about building your brand. Wherever you serve right now is not a step on the corporate ladder to Christian fame. Focus on mission. And then convey strategic intent. Make the objectives clear, but then avoid micromanaging those who will execute on those objectives. And so we need to put our time into making sure the objectives are clear and let those that we lead figure out the details, but never forget what we're about. Never forget what we're trying to accomplish. In the case of the church, we're turning lost people into saved people. You know, every time we have a conversation about the purpose of the church, a lot of things leak into the conversation. I list just a few in your syllabus, and of course, here on the screen, we've got worship, first of all. Is worship the purpose of the church? That is coming together corporately as a church. That's a big conversation right now, especially in light of the global COVID-19 crisis. Is that the purpose of the church? Coming together for meetings on weekends. Coming together to sing, which is another topic of conversation. And I'm not saying that's not an important function of the church. I'm just saying that's not the purpose of the church, and I'll prove it to you. Where will be the best worship you'll ever experience? Maybe I should say, where will the best worship be that you'll ever experience? Well, forget the grammar. You get the point. Well, it'll be around the throne of God. You can read Isaiah 6. That's some pretty amazing worship. We love our worship experiences, but the best worship will take place about a second after we die. How about fellowship? People say, well, Christian fellowship, that's the purpose of the church. Well, that's an important function of the church. But that can't be the purpose of the church, and I'll prove it to you right now. Where will you experience the best Christian fellowship like ever? You say, well, after we die. Yeah, about a second after you croak, you'll have better fellowship, better Christian fellowship than you ever will here. That's an important function of the church, but it can't be the purpose of the church, or the church would be better off dead. Some would say knowledge of God is the purpose of the church. And I love to teach the Bible. I am highly motivated to grow in my own knowledge of God. To know God is important. That's an important function of the church, what we do in our teaching settings, what we're doing right now. But it's not the purpose of the church, and I'll prove it to you. When will you know more about God than at any other time in your life? About a second after you croak. You'll walk into the presence of God, and I don't know how much you'll know about God before that moment, but at that moment you'll walk into his presence, and you will learn more in that second than you ever could in a lifetime. You see, learning about God is an important function, but it's not the purpose. How about correction, holding one another to account? You know, growing up in a church my whole life, I would go to youth group, and I truly believe, right here, I truly believe that was the purpose of, at least the purpose of the youth group. The reason I went was to make sure that I screwed up less next week than I did last week. And is holding one another accountable for holy living important? Yes, it's an important function of the church, but it's not the purpose of the church, and I'll prove it to you. When will you be more like Christ than at any other time in your life? About a second after you croak. You see, if these frame the purpose of the church would be better off in heaven. And of course, we will be better off in heaven. But until God calls us there, what are we doing here? Years ago, Rick Warren said, he's probably said it many times since then, but I heard him say it years ago. He said, there are only two things you can do here that you can't do in heaven. You can't do better in heaven. One is sin, because there will be no sin in heaven. And the other is to share the gospel with non-believers or turn lost people into saved people, because there won't be any lost people in heaven. So you got sin and you have sharing the gospel. So pick one for the purpose of your local church. What's the objective? To turn lost people into saved people. For 2,000 years, the church has existed for one reason, and that's to change the world. Be annoyingly committed to that reality. Jacques Willink and Leif Babin wrote a book entitled Extreme Ownership, How U.S. Navy SEALs Lead and Win. And since we're kind of following a military theme today, I thought it'd be interesting to inject a few of the quotes from that book. It's got a lot of great war stories if you're challenged by that. But what their role goal in writing the book, and what their role now in the business world is to help business leaders embrace military principles, because the military is highly effective, highly efficient, and so many businesses are not. So anyway, they're building the bridge there between the business world and the military. But the first quote here is to help you understand who they are. The first quote of the day from this book is this: the best leaders don't just take responsibility for their job, they take extreme ownership of everything that impacts their mission. And this is the point that I want you to get. It's not what you preach, it's what you tolerate. See, we stand up there every weekend and we talk about inviting people to know Christ. But then the church is structured to be so far out of bounds, and we tolerate that. And there's not synergy between what we say and what we tolerate. Let's look at a third principle of the day, the precision principle. We have the balance now with the pendulum principle, seeing the oikos principle bringing balance to a local church ministry, and then the persistence principle and just being annoyingly committed to that mission. But the precision principle, look, let's fill in a couple of blanks on your syllabus. A precision guided munition, PGM, both hits the target and minimizes collateral damage, right out of the military encyclopedia. It hits the target and it minimizes collateral damage. Man, that's good Bible right there. Jesus was all about focus. He was all about precision. That's why we're not surprised. Focus is the primary building block of Christ's church and its mission. In fact, Jesus calls us to be involved in very specific tasks. I mean, the body of Christ is fueled by the spiritual giftedness of its members. People come together on a weekend. Well, just think about the last time you met together, and that might have been a while. But for some of you who have been meeting, you think about that weekend and you think about all the different things people do. What would that experience have been like if you would have been personally responsible for all of it? Well, it would have been a train wreck. Man, when I think about what I provide for High Desert Church, it is a very short list. God gave me gifts, but it's this idea of precision. He calls us to be involved in very specific tasks. We call them spiritual gifts. He calls us to get together with other like-minded believers at a very specific place. We call it a local church. And then he calls us to prepare to do life with a very specific group of people. We call them our oikos. Focus, focus, focus. Man, precision is the key. See, once we place our faith in Jesus, we change categories. We used to be the objective. Now we become part of the strategy. See, when we talk about the power of the Oikos principle, and we'll talk more about that later today, we also have to factor in the personal side. We have to take this personally. Something we call the Oikos challenge. This is a core strategy for our church, a core practice for HTC. In fact, maybe you've downloaded the Oikos card. It's available to you to download. You can get a copy of that, or you can see it online. But the daily devotions for somebody at HTC ideally has two things. It has their Bible and it has that card. One prepares you for the day, the Bible. The other connects you to your day, the card. So I want to walk you through, for the next few minutes, the 5 steps of what we call the Oikos challenge. And the first step is this: make a list. Make a list. Once you understand who is part of your Oikos, then make a list. The first step in changing your world is framing your world. Who are we talking about here? Some of you are already thinking, Pastor Tom, I don't have any non-believers in my Oikos. I don't share life with anybody who's not a believer anymore. And that tells me of those quadrants that you probably grew up in the same churches that I grew up in, where it was all about knowing God, but not about making him known. You grew up in Pastor Bob's church, where non-believers became less important than this new Oikos that so many churches create for people that are made up of just believers. The truth is, though, we all have non-believers in our Oikos, but most of us have not been trained to give them much of a second thought. You've got non-believers in your Oikos. You just got to think. In fact, there are 4 different categories of people in your Oikos, not just non-believers. Because remember, the Oikos is your extended family. People you share life with, people sitting in the front row seats of your life. And some of those people are non-believers. On the card, I call them pre-believers because I think that's a faith statement that God is connecting you intentionally now with the expectation that they would give their heart to Jesus at some point. You do have pre-Christians, and then you've got some prodigals, people who are already believers, but at some point they fell off the wagon and they got away from their walk with Christ, and now God wants to bring them back into fellowship with him. And then you got the purposefuls. You got people who are walking with Christ. They may be better Christians than you are. They may be more on mission than you are right now. If you look at my list, you'll see my wife's name at the very top of the list. Very purposeful woman. Loves Jesus. Wants to know God and make him known. Puts me to shame often in her insight into the word, into the scriptures, even into ministry, and the plans that we try to generate and have for so long. And then I added another category not that long ago. I call them the potentials, because those people are ones that you wonder about. Maybe God is bringing them into my front row. Just never know. You know, a few years ago, Cheryl's dog lover, I not so much. One of the reasons I'm not so much dog lover is because I am allergic to dogs, and so it's a little hard to get close to them, but she loves dogs. So we have a great dog, Hoss. He's a chocolate lab. He was trained as a guide dog. And so, man, he's just on point. Great dog. And then he was kicked out of the program because he had a heart murmur, but really doesn't affect his presence in our family. It was just a problem for the academy. So we got Hoss. Great dog. But we feel bad for Hoss, right? So I can get him a companion. So we went out and we got a little black lab pup. Named him Joe, little Joe. And Joe, we learned over time, was demonized. He was demon possessed. He was a problem. He tore up much of the backyard. In fact, it was funny to see he interact with Hoss because Hoss was even annoyed with Joe. And so I told my lovely wife, and she loved both dogs, I said, baby, we got to get this dog trained. She said, how much you want to spend? I said, whatever it takes. And so she yelped. Best dog trainer in the high desert, came up with a name. Called him, made arrangements for him to come to our home. Jason came to our home. I met him out front. So he's training the dog, and while he's training and I'm watching, I asked him the question. So Jason, is this what you do to make a living? Just go to people's houses and train their dogs? And Jason said, no, everybody comes to me. Your house is the only one I go to. And I said, well, why'd you come to my house? I would have brought Joe to you. And he said, my wife told me I had to. She goes to your church. And so at that moment, I thought of this category, the potentials. In fact, after that initial training session, I walked in and I told Cheryl, I think God is moving somebody into my front row. And for the next several months, as he would come for a 45-minute training session, those training sessions kind of extended into the later morning, sometimes lasted several hours as we talked about dogs, and then talked about basketball, and then talked about being a dad, and then talked about his growing up in Texas in an abusive family. And over time, the walls came down, and Jason reconnected with Christ. And now he and his wife Jenna and their family are involved here at our church, because you just never know when God is going to bring somebody and set them in one of your front row seats. Anyway, before you go any further, my point is this. You need to sit down by yourself, maybe with your spouse, maybe with your entire family, and make a list of everyone that you would consider to be part of your oikos. You can't change the world till you frame the world. This is one of the most freeing exercises a believer can do. You see, if you think your job is to witness to everybody, you won't witness to anybody. It's too daunting a task, which is why most of the people who are listening today, and most of the people that you lead who listen to you on a regular basis, as you challenge them to share their faith, they never do. Where do they start? You can't change the world until you frame your world. This is an amazing experience for people to recognize what their mission is, and at the same time recognize what their mission is not. That focus is energizing. If you got elementary age children, you got an advantage because they have a way. I mean, we're all wired for relationships. This is built into our DNA. Relational living is built into our DNA. Why? Because we were created in the image of God, and God is a relationship. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We're wired for relationships. I often say, you can choose your software, but you're stuck with your hard drive. And kids are not yet jaded. Your children generally are far more social than you are. And students are very social. The Oikos principle resonates with kids quickly, resonates with students quickly. Adults, man, we're the ones who have scars, who have learned to put up walls because of sin. And those relationships don't flow quite like they do in the minds of our children. So explain the principle to your kids and say, so who do you think is in Dad's Oikos? And you know what you're going to hear? You're going to hear truth. And a child will lead you. Well, what about Jimmy's parents? You sit the sidelines twice a week for soccer practice with them. I mean, Dad, how many times do you sit and talk to somebody for a couple hours every week? You say, oh man, I forgot about Jimmy's parents. That's the problem, you forgot. You didn't think. We mentioned earlier that Zacchaeus came to Christ and came to the Jesus meeting, sat up in the tree. You know the story. And I always ask a question when I hear that kind of thing happen, or I read a story in the Bible, or even hear a testimony about somebody who went to an event, went to a crusade, went to a church service or a concert, or in this case, Zacchaeus came to the Jesus meeting, and I say, I wonder if they were invited, or who invited them to the Jesus meeting. Statistically, there's a 95% chance that he didn't just show up there haphazardly. And the reason I even mentioned Zacchaeus, you know he was a punk, is because everybody has a Zacchaeus or two on their Oikos card. Someone they wish their name was on a different card. I mean, maybe we want to have an inner Oikos trade, find somebody who will take that guy, and maybe you could get a couple of their draft picks and a player to be named later. But when you look at your list, you'll find people who are difficult. They're just difficult. And remember, this is not just an evangelism strategy. It's not about just sharing Christ. It's about growing in your faith. And when you find a Zacchaeus on your Oikos card, it's God saying, okay, bro, we're going to grow now. You're going to become more like me because you're going to reach that guy. You're going to reach that gal. In fact, maybe you're the Zacchaeus on someone else's card. Do you ever think about that? But regardless of how difficult some people may be to love, love never gives up because God's what? His purpose is always bigger than our problem. See, we don't get to choose our Oikos. You don't get to pick these people. God chooses them. Your job and my job, just identify them. Just look around and see what God is doing and get on board with it. You want to know what God's will is for your life? People ask us pastors that often. I don't know what God's will is for my life. I always say, well, look at your card. He's revealed what he wants you to do. Those are the people that you're going to engage. In fact, you already are. God has placed them supernaturally, strategically in your front row seats. You might not even like some of them. But here we are, not only charting who's sitting on your front row, we're also charting the trajectory for your personal growth in the future. The more you grow in grace, the better chance you have of reaching people in your front row with that same grace. And keep in mind, too, our list evolves over time. Our Oikos is never set in stone because people, they move out of town. They move out of your neighborhood. They get transferred to another office or another building. They graduate, so you're not going to school with them anymore. They die because everybody has a shelf life. We never know how long an individual will be part of our Oikos. We don't have time to sit around and talk about this, folks. You got to frame your world. And a lot of us would say, well, we know more than 15. That's fine. Some of us would say, we don't even know 8. Okay, well then get started. Start writing names down. Just become intentional. Listen, Pastor, you have a church because of the Oikos principle. If it wasn't for the Oikos principle, 95% of your church family wouldn't even be there. The Oikos principle is so powerful it works accidentally. Can you imagine if we became intentional? Can you imagine if people in our local church ministries began generating lists? It was only a dream until you wrote it down. And then it became a goal. And Christians dream all the time about making an impact, but they don't have the goal. They don't have the objective list of names that we're going after. In the Not My Church book, I talk much more about that, and even about the scientific side, the biological side of our minds, and how much lists help us, especially in this case. I'll make a list of one thing. Cheryl will call me and say, hey, I need some at the store, and I'll say, oh, okay. Let me write that down. I don't know if a one thing list qualifies as a list. Maybe it's just a reminder, but it reveals the same reality. We're just not smart enough to remember. We're not disciplined enough to stay on task. We just get caught up in so many good things that we forget the great thing that God has called us to accomplish. Write it down. Make a list. Secondly, pray for everyone on that list every day. Pray every day, regardless of who makes the list. You pray that God would help them recognize their need for Him. Doesn't matter what category they're in, and you would pray differently depending on if they're a pre-Christian or a prodigal or a purposeful or a potential. Different prayer. But when you pray for them, you're praying for your own personal growth. I know that every time I pray for my wife, I pray this, and Lord, help me to be a better husband, because that girl deserves a better husband than me, and I don't want her to get another one. I just want to be the better husband. When I pray for my children, my grandchildren, Lord, these kids just deserve a great dad and a great grandpa. Would you help me become a great one, a greater one every day? To what? Grow. In my personal growth, my personal walk with Christ. As I pray for my mission, I'm asking God to bless me with growth. And I'm thinking about ways to become a better man. Number 3, invest time and resources to develop those relationships. You see, now we have gone from making the list, now we're praying every day. And by the way, you would not have prayed every day if you didn't have a list. I'm just telling you. And you know that's true. This isn't proverbial rocket science. Professor von Oikos would tell you this. It's simple. You wouldn't pray if you didn't have a list, and you wouldn't be investing if you weren't praying. Now you want to develop these relationships. See, now that you paint the target, you got this clear picture of what the target is, you're going to zero in. Non-believers in your community already think 2 things about you. You're a hater, you're judgmental. They think that because you're a Christ follower. Now, are you a hater? Are you judgmental? You probably tell me, no, I'm not a hater and I'm not judgmental. Okay, then the only way that they're going to change their minds is by spending some quality time with people like you. So that they can say later in a conversation outside of the relationship they share with you, as people say, well, Christians are all haters, they'll be able to say, no, they're not all that way, because I know Tom. The media is not going to help us reframe the image the world has of God's people. They have an agenda. They want the whole non-believing world to think we hate them. And they're not going to change the narrative. That's where investment becomes important. In Mark chapter 2, you got the paralytic. You remember the guy who was paralyzed and his 4 friends wanted him to see Jesus? And that is a classic story of investing in someone's life who needs Christ. And here are these 4 guys putting a full court press on this idea of investment. They had a conviction that their friend needed Jesus, but not just a conviction. They had a commitment to provide whatever they could to bring that guy to Jesus. You can read the story in the first 12 verses of Mark 2, and you'll be impressed with their resolve and how that investment required a list of things. First of all, it required compassion. You have to care. You might take your Oikos card and start praying for your Oikos, and maybe the first thing you pray, at least for some of the people on that list, is, Lord, help me to care for them, because I don't even like them. Ask God to soften your heart and give you the desire to make an investment that's going to be required to invite them to know Christ. And then these guys had faith. The paralyzed guy didn't have faith. It's hard to have faith sometimes, especially when you're talking about having faith in a God who allowed you to be paralyzed. You know, you got people on your Oikos list who are paralyzed by personal failure. They're paralyzed by loneliness. They're paralyzed by fear. They're paralyzed by grief. They're paralyzed by resentment and bitterness. You remember how the text reads, when Jesus saw their faith, not the paralyzed guy's faith. He didn't have faith. I know at some point, if a guy's going to find Christ, he's going to have to place his own faith in Jesus. But until he does, sometimes it's our faith that gets him to Jesus. They had faith that Jesus could help him. And then they had initiative. At some point, those 4 guys had to develop a plan to get their friend to Jesus. So I would simply ask you, after you made your list, now you're praying, I'd ask you, what's your plan? You said, plan? I don't got a plan. Well, you better get a plan. They had a plan. And they executed their plan. They had persistence, an initiative, and then persistence. They could not get him to Jesus because of the crowd. When they arrived at the location and the crowds were so huge, they could hardly even see Jesus in the crowd. You know what most of us would have told that guy? We'd have got him to the building and would have said, hey, bro, sorry, man, we did our best. We wanted you to see Jesus, but it looks like it's not going to happen. No, you can't give up. You got to be what? Annoyingly persistent. Innovation. This is how the story reads. Since they couldn't get him to Jesus because of the crowd, they made an opening in the roof. I think a contractor was one of those 4 dudes. I think while they're talking about how frustrating it is they can't get their friend to Jesus, he's looking at the way the room is constructed and he's thinking, maybe he's processing out loud, I think if we cut a hole right there, we would not harm the integrity of the structure. And one of the other guys would have certainly said, you can't cut a hole in the roof of somebody's house you don't even know. And that guy would have looked back and said, we can if we need to get this guy to see Jesus. Then there was teamwork. They lowered him down to see Christ. What happens if there would have only been 3 guys manning the corner of that mat? Paralyzed guy would have fallen off the mat. Oh, great. Now we got a paralyzed guy with a broken leg. Things are going from bad to worse. And then sacrifice. An investment always takes sacrifice. In fact, whenever we talk about investment, we're thinking financially. And we're looking for a return on investment, but you're not going to get a return unless you get someone to make an investment, somebody to make a sacrifice. You ever thought about who paid for the roof repair? Maybe there was somebody who had deep pockets among the 4. Maybe it was a contractor himself who just said, I'll pay for the repair. Jesus builds his church on the backs of unselfish people who are willing to make a sacrifice to pay for whatever those roofs in their lives will cost. It takes an investment. And then number 4, the invitation. Invite them into faith environments regularly. And this is not just an invitation to come to a church building, although we'll see later today how important it is to design our structures in our local churches to be welcoming to that oikocentric group, that 8 to 15 front row dwelling group that's represented every single week when one of your parishioners walks through the door into your building. But it might not be church officially. You might invite them into your home. You're a Christian, you got your family, they're maybe Christians. You invite a non-believer, you invite a pre-Christian or a prodigal into your home. Now you're inviting them into a faith environment. You ask them to meet you at a local restaurant for lunch. You know what Jesus said? If only 2 are gathered in my name, we're going to have church. Invite them. This is where most pastors, youth pastors, this is where we start with step 4. We say, hey, invite your friends and your family, invite your homies to the Christmas Eve service, to the Easter weekend, invite them to the special event. We're always challenging them to invite, and nobody does, or very few. Sometimes it's because they think the event will suck. I mean, I know that happens where we say invite your friends or to come, and they're thinking, oh, I don't want my friends to come. But most of the time they're thinking, I can't invite someone else because I'm not an outgoing person. I don't have an outgoing personality. I don't have the gift of evangelism. Most people don't have an outgoing personality. That's why God gave us an incoming strategy. But it's a strategy, not just an invitation. You'll notice what number the invitation is in this list of 5 steps. It's number what? Number 4. You can't begin any process with step 4 and at the same time have the right to expect success. You just can't. You can't start any process on step 4. I mean, as a grandfather now, we have 11 grandchildren. So Christmas is always a great time. And we're putting together all these little projects and all these gifts, and everything requires assembly. And if I ever started on step 4, I would either break it or I'd have to, again, disassemble it, go back to step 1 and start from the beginning. Sometimes people don't want to invite because they tried that. Invite your friend to church. Oh, I did once, and they're just not interested in, like, church. Well, the invitation is seldom accepted until the investment has been made. And the investment is seldom made until the prayers have been offered, and the prayers will not be offered until somebody makes a list. See? Step 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sequencing matters here. Oikos develops patience. This is not a grow your church quickly strategy. In fact, there's only one way to grow your church quickly. I'll just tell you, pastors, and this is the way to immediately grow your church family. Quit or have your board fire you and make sure they hire somebody who's a better preacher than you are. That's the way to grow your church quickly. When you notice rapid, amazing, exponential growth happening within weeks or months, a church has a better preacher than the rest. And you've got Christians from over here now going to that church, and Christians from over here leaving that other church with an average preacher and running over here. And now this church grows quickly, and of course those churches struggle more. And what's the net benefit to the kingdom of God? None. Oikos, man, you're in this for the long haul. This is a process. It develops patience. And people may not respond quickly. I'm just saying they will respond at some point. Because at some point, their problem becomes bigger than their excuses. It's pretty typical. You extend an invitation and the answer is no. Would you like to come to Christmas Eve? No, it's just such a busy time. And so they decline. But you're persistent in that invitation, not to the point where you become a problem and the point where they feel like, oh no, this guy's getting obnoxious, always inviting me to church. But you're persistent. As you're led by the Holy Spirit, you continue to invite. And the reason you're still inviting is because you're investing. And the reason you're investing is because you're praying. And the reason those prayers are offered is because of the list. And so you invite them to the Easter event. And of course, it's another excuse. Well, it's soccer season and we're always so busy with the leagues. And then later on, your church sponsors a parenting conference and they're parents, so you invite them to the parenting conference and, oh, we would love to, but it's just during our vacation. Yada, yada, yada. There's excuses, one right after the other. And then at some point you invite them again. And the response is different. This time it's, yeah, well, you know what? I think we would like to come. We've been talking about maybe we should get involved in a church, maybe go back to church. And you go home to your spouse, you say, babe, they're coming. I invited them, they said yes. And she says, well, why did they say yes? You say, I don't know. And you don't even need to know. But at some point, everything aligned. Their crisis, their problem, maybe a problem you didn't even know about. Their crisis, God's moving, your invitation. And they say yes, and they come. And you meet them in the parking lot. Take them over to where they drop off their kids and then escort them into the auditorium where they sit and they listen to this message. They listen to this music. This planned experience that had them in mind. Not you. Them. And then they come back a second time and a third time. And pretty soon they're talking to your friends like it's their church too. And you're feeling a little jealous. No, we invited you. And then after a matter of weeks, maybe months, maybe even years, you're at lunch after church and girls are talking and the kids are messing around at the end of the table. And dude leans over and he says, hey bro, you know that prayer the pastor prays, that ABC thing at the end of every service? You say, yeah, I know about that prayer. He says, I prayed that today. And then the news starts to spread at the table and everybody's high-fiving, hugging, tears. And you fall back into your seat at that restaurant and you think something you've never thought before. This is the reason I woke up this morning. Because there's not a feeling like this anywhere else in the world. When your heart beats in sync with God's heart. And somebody in your oikos places their faith in Jesus, a lost person becomes a saved person. Man, there ain't nothing like it. It would have never happened if you hadn't continued to invite. And that invitation would have never been accepted if you hadn't made the investment. And that investment would have not been made if you hadn't been praying. And those prayers would have never been offered if you hadn't made a list. It's only a dream until you write it down, folks. And now it is a goal that has been realized. Which brings us to the fifth step, prepare to clearly display God's character and discuss your faith in Jesus. This is that personal growth side. This is where we go to church. Church becomes a support group for people who want to prepare to change the world. And I am convinced that incorporating the end game of turning lost people into saved people into every ministry initiative makes every one of those initiatives more dynamic, more effective. And that's why I'm excited about National Oikos Conference coming up in October 22, one day this year. Give you the chance to see how all of these initiatives at all of these different grade levels are incorporating the dynamic of this principle to help people be intentional about that listing, that praying, that investing, that inviting, because now when we come together on the weekend, now when we meet with our small group, now when we are actually serving in a ministry, what we are doing is we are preparing for our personal mission. When we come together, when we gather as a church family, we are getting to know God, preparing for our mission. You know, somebody could be at church every weekend, be at small group every week, be involved in ministry all the time at church and never fulfill their mission. We're preparing. We're preparing to change the world. Our world. There's 8 to 15 people sitting in the best seats in the house to see the love of Jesus. You know, I've heard that statement. I live my life for an audience of one, and I know what they mean, and I'm not here to be critical of that. I resonate with what they mean. Our pure and simple worship to God. But the reason I don't really like that visual is because we're not operating on a stage and God is sitting in the audience. Rather, it is God who is operating on stage through us, and there are 8 to 15 people in the front row of that audience. And we're all about casting vision, right? We're casting vision all the time. Casting an outward vision to reach more people is easy, it's simple. But creating the types of structures that facilitate an outward focused church vision is very difficult. It is much harder. That's the pastoral side of the Oikos principle. We have the powerful side. Man, it is a powerful principle. 95, I mean, that is essentially everybody. It is a personal principle that you and I can utilize by following the Oikos challenge. Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can assimilate this into our lives personally. But then there's the pastoral side. And if the people you lead are not given the chance to fulfill the vision you cast, then your vision has no value. If your church is not structured for your vision will fail. In fact, when we talk about the pastoral side, I talk about targeting the middle. In fact, this is even one of those precision elements, targeting the middle. It's what I call the 20-60-20 principle. Let me just walk you through that before lunch. We got lunch coming up in about 15 minutes. Our kids played basketball in school. They grew up loving basketball. I love basketball, played basketball. My dad was a college basketball coach. He loved basketball. It's kind of in our DNA. But I told them early on as they were kids, I said, kids, on the court, at any time you're in the game, there will be 11 people besides yourself, at least 11 people, sometimes 12, depending on how many officials at what level you're playing. But if you have 11 people on the court besides yourself, 4 of them will be your teammates. They're going to love you, help you, no matter what. And then 5 of them will be your opponent. They won't like you no matter what. They're going to be trying to defeat you, if not destroy you, no matter what. It's the other 2 guys, the guys in those designer striped shirts, the officials, those are the ones you have to work on. You have 3/4 of this game to make those 2 people your friends. Because by the 4th quarter, if they're not your friends, you're in trouble. See? And so that was their target. Well, when it comes to targeting the middle, that principle applies, but the metrics are a little different. And again, I call it this 20-60-20 idea. We have approximately 20% of the people who attend our church who aren't going to give us more than a worship service 1.7 times a month. I think that's the metric now. If they're a regular attender, then they're coming 1.7 times. It used to be 2. But since church attendance is precipitously falling off a cliff here, we've become the victims of the metrics. And so they're not going to give us much. In fact, this is true even when we get up to preach a sermon. And I know we do so much of this remotely anymore, so it kind of loses the pop from when we are talking to an audience. But the truth remains that even people watching online, you got 20% who aren't engaged. You got 20% who are messing around doing other things. They're walking around, they're going and making snacks. They're not really focused. If it's an in-person service, you can tell standing on the stage which 20% have opted out of listening. Sometimes you can get rather annoyed with that. You don't need to be, because they're not your target anyway. And then on the other hand, you got 20% who will buy into anything that you say. They'll buy into it because you said it. They love you, they love the church, they love the mission. They're just on board. And I love that 20%. You know, this 20% is generating 80% of the income for your church ministry. So you love these guys and gals. Yeah. But just like this 20%, you wouldn't design a ministry for them. Don't design a ministry for them. Enjoy them, affirm them, love them, bring them into this conversation, but help them understand the church we design is not going to be for you. You're already on board. Why would I design a church for you? So you got 60% in the middle. Got Got 20% who are never going to be committed, at least not soon. Got 20% who are hyper committed, probably over committed, maybe to an unhealthy degree they're committed. But it's that 60% in the middle who frame your target audience for any call to commitment. That's who I'm preaching to every weekend. See, I got the 20, I'm not worried about them. I got the other 20, I don't have to worry about them. But then I got the 60, and if that message is well structured, if that message has been well prepared, if we have sufficiently prayed for that challenge, if we have done what God has called us to do in delivering that challenge, and we deliver it humbly, not so that people will think that we're wonderful, but so that lost people would become saved people. God does amazing things when you target the middle, when you target the 60%. So figure out who the 60% are and hit them with precision. Well, that's all about preparing and planning with a purpose. You know what the purpose is. Let's kind of bleed into that second section since we have a few minutes and talk about structuring with sensibility. Now we're talking about the pastoral side, and we'll get into this much more this afternoon. But I want to talk about another principle, only under this second banner of structuring sensibly. Now that we understand the purpose, now we're structuring differently. It is not sensible to structure for something that is not your purpose. And I know I can beat this dead horse all day long, but when you build anything, you need to understand what the purpose is. And if you come on this campus right now, you'll see a building. You would see a building that has seats for worship and teaching. That was the purpose. The building was designed sensibly with that purpose in mind. Across the way, you'll see a gymnasium. That building doesn't look anything like this building, even from the outside. That building had a different purpose. We're going to play games in that building. And so we structured it sensibly with a purpose in mind. So understand the synergy between purpose and structure. And this is what I said a minute ago. You cast a vision. Okay, this is going to be our purpose, but if you're not structured to sustain your vision is worthless. You took the pledge. Remember that. The potential principle. The potential principle. The tactics that Jesus taught were simple. Get saved and go home. Get saved and go home to your own people. And that continued well beyond the biblical record. Some time back, I read a book by Dr. Rodney Stark, distinguished professor of social sciences at Baylor University. And he was not writing necessarily from a Christian perspective at all, but he was writing from a historian's perspective. He's an academic. He had an interesting take on the spread of Christianity throughout the ancient world. He also happens to be a highly regarded professor and academic in this area. And the book he wrote, or one of them, is entitled The Triumph of Christianity, in which he accounts for what he called, and I'm quoting, the rapid and remarkable Christianization of the world. I mean, how did this happen? The world became so Christian so quick. The potential principle. For generations, now I'm quoting, it was assumed that religious conversions were the result of doctrinal appeal, that people embraced a new faith because they found its teaching particularly appealing, especially if these teachings seemed to solve serious problems or dissatisfactions that afflicted them. Surprisingly, when sociologists took the trouble to actually go out and watch conversions take place, they discovered that doctrines are of very secondary importance in the initial decision to convert. Conversion is primarily about bringing one's religious behavior into alignment with that of one's friends and relatives. Not about encountering attractive doctrines or listening to dynamic preachers. Mostly, and I'm still quoting, the church spread as ordinary people accepted it and then shared it with their family and friends, and the faith was carried from one community to another in the same way, probably most often by regular travelers such as merchants. End of quote. It is through relationships, that oikos, those connections, front row, people we encounter at school, people we encounter at home in our neighborhoods, people we encounter in the business community, people we encounter in sports leagues. It's people who are watching and listening. Church in China is a great example. I often tell this story because it's just a dynamic story. In 1949, the media shut the lights off. There were about 500,000 Christians in China in 1949, and the government shut the lights off. Now, this is what people said. The government shut the church down. You can't do that. There's only one person who can shut the church down, and that's the head of the church. And he didn't shut the church down. The government cannot shut down the church. The government can only turn off the lights. And when the lights were turned back on several decades later, the number had increased from 500,000 to 130 million. That's pretty impressive. And we're asking the question, how did that happen? Well, what are the 10 nations where the church is growing most rapidly today? Check this out. Iran, 19.6, Afghanistan, 16.7. That's pretty impressive. So you're telling me that in the region of the world where it is less likely, maybe even completely unlikely that you would encounter an official church service on a weekend in a church building led by a professional clergy person, the church is actually growing faster? The U.S. is stuck at 0.8% growth, the church. Iran's general population, watch this, folks. Iran's general population is growing at the rate of 1.2% per year. Population is growing 1.2%. The evangelical church in Iran is growing at 19.6%. Wow. Afghanistan's population growing at 3.5% a year, while the church, the evangelical church, is growing 16.7% per year. Goodness. Just over time, Iran and Afghanistan are destined to become Christian countries. Follow the numbers, and eventually you'll get to the truth. And then we have the United States. Our population is growing about 1% a year. The evangelical church is growing at 0.8% a year, which means this: we are slowly becoming less and less Christian. So maybe we need a new approach. Hey, here's a brainstorm. Let's try Iran's approach, which is purely oikocentric. It's very ironic when you look at the map, but we look at that 1040 window. And the regions where the Christian gospel is being spread most effectively are also where weekend local church worship services are either not allowed or strictly monitored. No formal weekends, no campuses, no vocational pastors. The gospel is spreading most rapidly. Lost people are becoming saved people most effectively when those three bottlenecks are removed. And if there is a message for the American church from God during this pandemic, this is what I believe it is. And some of you aren't going to like this, but you took the pledge. I believe God is telling us to get over our addiction to church buildings. We're not listening. And then we pretend that politicians have more power than they do. And I'm not saying that your view or my view about government lockdowns is not important. I have my own opinions, and based on my opinions, I will vote accordingly. But throughout history, the places in the world where the gospel takes root most deeply and Christianity grows most rapidly are places that are always locked down. And I hope that we can return to our campuses soon. I do. Because we use them to prepare people to change their worlds for Christ. And leveraging church buildings is a way, a very effective way to train the church to pursue their oikocentric mission. They are great preparation centers for mission. But over the last several months, most of us have found another way to do that. And I hope that we can get back into church buildings and use that way again. But until Jesus comes back, listen to me, there will always be a way. And I love freedom and I love America. And I will vote as an American in a way that I believe best preserves American freedom. If you think governors are guilty of overreach, then fine. If you think there's a conspiracy out there, okay. Complain, protest, vote, whatever. But you don't need to drag Christianity into it. Because Jesus will never need to ask American politicians for permission to build his church. Ever. When I was in high school, just tell one quick story and then we'll break for lunch. And I was in high school, and our church would have these global mission conferences every year, and they would bring these missionaries from different parts of the world in to talk about life on the mission field, and it scared me, in all honesty, because they talked about the powerful movement of the church and how fast the gospel was moving, and then they talked about how hard it was and the oppressed church and how people were dying, and I liked the part about the power. I didn't like the part about the prison. So I wasn't sure I was willing at that point in my life to go to prison just to have the power, right? And then years later, I'm reflecting back on so many of those conversations, and I realized it's not the prison that generates the power. It's the fact that a government steps in and says the only thing you'll be able to do is apply the Oikos principle. And the church blows up. Because 95% of the people who come into the family of God come into the family of God primarily because of a relationship they share with somebody they already know. And the world, 1040 region of the world, is a clinic for us every day. China, a great historical narrative that we can read about how God moved. Man, when you look at the first century, and we're teaching through the book of Acts these days, and how the apostles were sharing the gospel in such a hostile world, a hostile governmental environment. And yet it spread powerfully. And how did it spread so powerfully? It's in the text. From house to house. You know what that passage in Acts 2 literally reads? From oikos to oikos. It's amazing. It's a powerful principle. Take it personally, apply it pastorally. And we're going to break for lunch now, and I would just tell you, make sure you come back. I know sometimes our schedules make it really busy, but we're going to give you some insight as to how to structure your church in a manner that will sustain an outward-focused vision for your church family. And I hope it helps. So we'll see you after lunch.
Hey, look at this. This is the same massage chair we're getting for Joe Mayo, $60 cheap.
Except the store's in Delaware.
I'll have them overnighted.
Maybe cheapness is a sense. You know, it is better without this big wallet. It's more comfortable.
It doesn't matter if it's more comfortable, it's wrong.
Why?
Because important things go in a case. You got a skull for your brain, a plastic sleeve for your comb, and a wallet for your money.
Look at this thing. It's huge. You got more cow here than here.
I need everything in there.
Irish money?
I might go there.
Show this card at any participating Orlando area Exxon station to get your free Save the Tiger poster.
Just give me that. Give me some of those sweet and lows. Well, I'm satisfied. My back is killing me.
Of course, because of that wallet.
This is an organizer, a secretary, and a friend.
Look at you. You're on a slant.
Here, just give me a couple of napkins. Yeah, I'm fine.
What was that?
I think I had some hard candy in there. Oh, so now I have to buy the whole chair by myself?
No, you don't have to buy anything.
I already bought it!
I don't understand. Why didn't you tell us you had it?
I needed it. My back is a little tweaked.
Because of your giant wallet. Just get rid of it.
Never. It is a part of me. I will just return the chair, and it will be easy because the receipt is in my good friend.
Your good friend is morbidly obese.
Well, at least I'm not carrying a purse.
It's not a purse. It's European.
All right. Guitar, first lesson free. Huh.
Well, welcome back from lunch. We hope you enjoyed that little Seinfeld clip. The reason that we showed it was not just to entertain and put a smile on your face, but to actually make a point that is the underpinnings of our presentation this afternoon. And it asked the question, what's in your church ministry or what's in your wallet? And all the things we tend to shove inside actually become counterproductive instead of productive. So anyway, we'll get there. But before we do, let me just recap a little bit. First of all, thank you. Thanks for giving us some time today. I hope it's been an encouragement to you. You have the opportunity to receive some of these materials that are available for download. Hope you can explore that and get what you need. If you're just beginning to join us for the workshop right now, maybe the morning wasn't available to you for your schedule, but so right now, just know that the chat is there. You can log into that and then ask any questions. Lindsay and George, two members of our team here, are answering questions and will be available to do that. So don't be shy. Let us know what you think. Let us know what is not clear and maybe some things that we could readdress as the afternoon progresses and get you all the good information that can be helpful to you. Well, we've looked at a number of principles. I know the Oikos principle is this idea that 95% of the kingdom of God is built through relationships. In other words, 95% of people who are part of the body of Christ are part of the body of Christ because they were influenced, primarily because they were influenced by someone in their oikos, or someone who was sitting in the front row seats of their lives. And so the Oikos principle is really what we're putting a full court press on today. But in the spirit of military war principles, we have listed, and that's because we are in a war. This is a spiritual war that we're fighting. But we've listed a couple and gone through a couple of these principles. The pendulum principle, bringing balance. The Oikos principle brings balance to our churches. We looked at the persistence principle and pushing the flywheel even to an annoying level to make sure people never forget the mission. We talked about the precision principle and targeting the right group for whatever ministry you provide. And now we're in the middle of this potential principle and recognizing the value of math when it comes to building God's kingdom. Jesus chose not to use addition. He chose to use multiplication. And so let's dig right in here. You've got your syllabus and you can fill in a blank here. Things add up. You've heard that phrase. Things really add up. But here's the rest. They multiply out much faster. They multiply out much faster. I talk to pastors all the time anymore, and I ask them if they have an intentional strategy to bring people to Jesus. And most of them, when I ask the question, for example, in a group, most will have a sad, maybe somewhat guilty-ridden look on their face because they know they should maybe, but they don't. And yet the few that raise their hand and say, yeah, we have an intentional strategy, my follow-up question is always this one: so how's that working for you? And the reason they're even at a workshop or listening to what I say is because it hasn't worked out very well, and I'll tell you why. Because most evangelism programs are focused on addition, not multiplication. And that's a key component to how Jesus decided to build his kingdom. And the problem with structuring churches for many of us is that we push 100% of our monies that people in our churches give to the ministry. We push 100% of those monies to pursue strategies that are based on addition, to pursue strategies that service the 5% of people who become Christians and summarily ignore the 95%. And as I shared earlier today, your church, the church you lead, the church I lead, High Desert Church, nobody would be leading a church without the Oikos principle. 95% of all of our congregations at least are there, not because of our dramatically profound teaching and our wonderful ministry provisions. They're there because they want to learn more about the Jesus that somebody led them to embrace. And so if the Oikos principle is working accidentally so well that you and I have congregations to lead, can you imagine how well it would work if we began to dive in with intentionality? And intentionality brings greater results. Here we go. Here's another blank for you can fill in, get your pen and your syllabus. Exponential thinking heightens vision. When you accept the Jesus math of multiplication and you start thinking exponentially, it heightens vision. See, Oikos, as we found out today, it's an exponentially powerful weapon because history bears that out. Even today around the world, not in the US so much, unfortunately, but around the world, the 1040 window is declaring the power of the Oikos principle. And I want to explain that with some visuals, and you have this in your syllabus. You can fill in a few blanks with it, but I hope this makes sense to you. The Christian movement, let's just look at the Christian movement this way. It began with one person, and that person was Jesus. And he was the first Christian. He started the whole thing. And he said he's going to build his church. And so what I want you to do is I want you to visualize a rock falling into a pond or a body of water. And this fits really well because Jesus is the rock, right? He's the cornerstone. So this will be good. So Jesus, the incarnation, is a military invasion. And we're bringing release or freedom to all these captives who are lost in sin. And we're delivering them in Christ and helping them to understand the gospel message of salvation, which is found in Christ alone. Okay, so the rock hits the pond, and then there's a ripple, like any rock hitting a pond. And the first oikocentric ripple is the names, or contains the names, of the ones on Jesus' original list. Let's go to the next picture. You've got how many? How many people did Jesus invest his life in? Did he list? He called them by name. We see that in the Gospels. He prayed for them. He invested in them, and he invited them, and he prepared them. The whole thing. Well, there were 12. And of course, one fell off the wagon, didn't make the final cut. And so Judas was out, and some believe that in order to fill that vacant role, it was Saul the Pharisee, who became the Apostle Paul, who actually is the 12th, although, there's some speculation about that, but you still got the 12 guys. Notice the number 12, few more than 8, few less than 15, because on average, there are 8 to 15 that all of us have in our front row seats. Well, there were 12 in Jesus' front row seats. Now, understand, Jesus had many people he interacted with, and some were sitting in the second and the third and the sixth rows. Some of them were not in the orchestra pit. They're in the mezzanine and the balcony, but sitting in the front row, we had 12. And so after that was said and done, there's another ripple. And there's a number that we get in the scriptures. It's really interesting. It's in Acts chapter 1, verse 15. And Dr. Luke gives us that specific metric. And I'm thinking, because I think wrongly, I know, but I'm thinking if I'm writing, God is inspiring me to write the book of Acts as part 2 to the Gospel of Luke. And we got all these believers that are all meeting in this room, and it's got a lot of people in it. That's enough for me. There's a lot of people in the room. But for whatever reason, the Spirit of God put down in this record 120. Now, this is probably the people who would have directly or indirectly received the Great Commission. It's really kind of crazy to think about, that after Jesus fed so many people, tens of thousands of people fed, hundreds of thousands perhaps taught, many who were healed, even raised from the dead. Those huge numbers, and at the end of the day, when all the dust settled, and just before the ascension, there are 120 believers who were going to take the baton from Jesus as he left and move forward as Jesus said, he's going to build his church. This is where we start. Now, at that time in history, there were about 300 million people alive on the planet. And that's an estimation, but there were about 300 million people. And today, the 300 million, let's just break that down. 300 million divided by 120 gives us what? Gives us one Christian, one believer to every 2.5 million non-believers. So that's a pretty difficult hill to climb. Jesus assembled in the 120 there just before the ascension. He said, okay, we got 300 million, and you get that 2.5 million, you have that 2.5 million, you have that 2.5 million, and you say, that's silly. There's no way anybody could reach 2.5 million people. I know if you think your job is to witness to everybody, you won't witness to anybody. And I'm thinking the 120. People have said that these 12 changed the world. And I know what they mean, and I don't disagree with the intent of that statement. But I will tell you this, they didn't change the world, they changed theirs. 120 people are the result of the second ripple, oikocentric ripple of kingdom development. It went from 1 to 12, and isn't that fascinating? It's at 120. Because there were 120 people sitting on the front row seats of those 12 men's lives. And now, 2,000 years ago, we got one believer for every 2.5 million. Well, today the global population has grown. 2,000 years later, it's 7 billion people. So the global population is multiplied by 25 times over to 7 billion people. But the believer to non-believer ratio has been reduced. It's been reduced from 1 in 2.5 million to 1 in 9. 1 in 9 people. Some studies would say 1 in 12 people. So while the population increased over 25 times, the ratio of believer to non-believer was reduced by over 208,000 times. You know what that is? That's a sociological miracle. The rapid and remarkable Christianization of the world. And how did Jesus do it? By building exponential structures, not by adding someone here and there. You know, when one comes into the family of God, the angels rejoice. And while they're having a party, Jesus already has his sights set on the group. He's going after the group. Today's salvation has come to this, oikos. There is now an indigenous gospel presence in this oikos. And it's just a matter of time. Exponential thinking heightens vision, but exponential structures multiply results. Exponential structures. Okay, so we want to raise our vision, and at the same time, we want to recreate our structures. And again, things can add up, but they add up slowly. Things multiply out much more quickly, and if you use the right mathematical approach to building Christ Church, you enjoy better results. It's just delightful to see people come to Jesus. See, if everyone has an oikos, a group comprised of anywhere from 8 to 15 people, got supernaturally and strategically placed in their front row seats, then collectively your church family has anywhere from 8 to 15 times more potential than you think it does. You'd say that you lead a church. Let's say you have 200 people who attend your church regularly. You say, well, I lead a church of 200. No, you're actually leading a church of 3,000. But 2,800 of them don't attend yet. You say, well, that's a silly way to look at it. No, it's not. That's the potential principle. When you recognize how Jesus actually framed his strategy, the local church is strategic, that doesn't become a silly notion at all. And that's what I want you to do. I want you to think bigger, that's all. Leveraging the oikos principle, again, is what we've always encouraged our church families to do, to invite their family and friends to whatever, or share Jesus with your friends and family this week. But exponential ideas like the oikos principle have a difficult time taking root in non-exponential environments like most church cultures, most local church cultures. They're not structured. There's no exponential environment. So you introduce an exponential idea in a non-exponential environment, and it struggles. I had a guy ask me, a gentleman ask me, wonderful man, I hope you understand, great guy. He asked me if, he was doing his dissertation on the oikos principle after being at one of our workshops. He thought that'd be a cool thing to do, and so he asked me, give me a list of the pastors who walking away from your workshops are not excited about the oikos idea. And then he was going to get a list of pastors who were and a list who weren't, and then, create some kind of survey and do some research, which dissertations are designed to provide. I told him I don't have anybody that I can tell you walked away from a workshop saying the oikos principle is not valid, does not have power, cannot be applied personally or pastorally. But I do have a number of pastors who are frustrated with their inability to embed the principle in the corporate psyche of the church family. And the reason why is because they don't change their structures. They introduce a new vision. They're trying to put new wine in old wineskins. I don't know, that just came to me. So, no, that wasn't something I thought up. But this is the problem. You have different exponential ideas that you want to integrate into the life of your church. And one is another worship service. And so you go to your board or you go to your church family and you say, okay, Lord's given us a little bit of growth and we just want to have another worship service. So we're going to go from 1 to 2. And the pushback is always pretty predictable, but we won't be able to see everyone if we have 2 services, which is why we shouldn't do it, because we won't all be together at the same time. Okay. If you were born after Acts chapter 8, then that argument has no more validity. because God brought a great persecution on the church to scatter the church. They were essentially a single congregation, Jerusalem church, and they didn't want to leave town. And Jesus is thinking, you guys don't get it. I'm going global with this thing, and if you won't leave town, I'll make you leave town. And then by the time Acts 8 comes around, they did leave town. They had to leave town. And as a result, the church started to get some legs and move in different directions around the world. South into Ethiopia, north, west, east. It started to really accomplish the goal that Jesus always had, and that's to redeem the world. When has keeping your church together ever been a value? And maybe we're starting to push too hard, but remember, you took the pledge. And so we back off. We say, okay, we won't start a new service. And by the way, if you ever do start a new service, you're not starting a service. Let's say you have 100 people that you can fit in the auditorium, and so your church is at 100, and so you add another service, and you use terminology like we're going to add a service. No, that's addition. What you're saying is we are now going to multiply our potential by 8 to 1,500. That's keeping the vision high. Now it's a matter of structuring the systems. And then you say, let's make a commitment to small groups. And the pushback is, but we love our Sunday school classes. I dealt with this, and it's not so much for church planners anymore. This is not a big deal. It's, large group worship and then small groups basically anymore. But boy, when we were developing here, it was like, don't take away my Sunday school class. And we have, right now, we have like 10 or 12 rooms on our largest campus where we could have a Sunday school class. And at the same time, we got 5,000 homes. So if you're thinking exponentially, which one do you choose? What strategy do you choose? And if you can't change your structure, then you might as well forget an exponential vision. We utilize multiple worship teachers. We pursue our vision on multiple campuses. That's why when we embrace the Oikos principle and we commission multiple evangelists, like thousands of evangelists, it fits. It seems like a normal part of an exponential church, structure and culture. And that's the potential principle. Raise your eyes, look up. Look up. Okay, the problem-solving principle. Let's just keep going. Keep asking those questions in the chat if you want to, but I'm going to keep plugging away here. The problem-solving principle. Okay, here's the problem. You ready? This is the problem the Oikos principle solves. The Oikos principle solves so many things for you. This problem is clearly stated in one statement. The church family is exhausted by the time they get to church. And you need to know that is a problem. And so do I. And you're tired before you get to church. So why would we think that the people that we lead are any different? And that's a problem. And no series of messages on generating or creating margin in your life is going to solve that problem. Laying a guilt trip on people like, come on, you need more margin in your life. They're tired and they don't know what to do. And in all honesty, I think if we were honest, we wouldn't know what to tell them. In the NFL, it's called piling on. Piling on. And I want to quote the NFL rule book. I used that line, the NFL calls it piling on, because I knew that was a penalty and I knew what it looked like on a television screen, but I wanted to know what the rule book stated. So this is what I discovered. I actually looked it up. This action, piling on, is illegal because it slows down the game. I love this. It slows down the game. It bottlenecks the game. It has the potential to injure a player and is an unnecessary action. Wow. There's so much that we do in ministry. Program after program after program, guilt trip after guilt trip after guilt trip. And they're exhausted before they show up. And then we pile on. And you know what? It slows down the mission. It hurts players. It hurts your team. And it's not even necessary. See, that statement right there ought to be part of every church's staff policy handbook. People show up, they already feel like they've been buried by a 300-pound schedule and 2 320-pound crises. They're just buried. And then they come to church to be refreshed, right? Come on, you guys. This is what they hear. Come on, you guys, when are you going to get serious about serving Jesus? We have needs here. We got all kinds of things we need done. And now we not only have overcommitted families, but we have overcommitted families who feel like they're being played, being manipulated. We say things like, Jesus is worth our commitment. With Jesus, it's all or nothing. And they can't give us their all. They can't. And so they give us the only other option we offered. They give us nothing. See, we just have to decide how we're going to define what it means to be faithful at the churches we lead. And what does it take for a member of your church family to be a faithful parishioner? Not a faith kind of full parishioner, not a faithless parishioner, but a faithful parishioner. And right now, you might have 20% who are faith too full. And you might have 20% who are faithless. But that 60% is your target. And they can be faith more. They just need to know how. But you can't evaluate how much everybody should be committing until you've determined in your heart that you're going to make it doable. Again, you cast a vision that's untenable. It's undoable. And when I say you, that actually might not be you, but many. When we were in the last phase of construction on this particular building I'm standing in right now, our paint contractor who attended a different church in a different community, and he got the contract, not sure how that worked, but I had met him and I knew him a little bit. And so he saw me on campus one day as I was just walking around looking at construction, and he said, Pastor Tom, we need to start thinking about the outside color of the building. And I said, okay, what are our options? And he handed me a brochure with different colors, maybe a piece of paper or cardboard. You see them at Home Depot or Lowe's, and got all little paint chips on it. And he handed it to me and he said, well, these are your options. And I looked at it and I said, oh, wow, okay. Well, I think we'll pick that one. And I handed it back to him. And he said, oh, that's a nice color. And then he handed it back to me and he said, okay, when you make a decision, then let me know and we'll order the paint, because it's a fairly large facility and so we're going to need a lot of paint. And I said, well, I thought I just picked it out. And I showed him again and handed it back to him, and he finally recognized I had, in that moment, I had just chosen the color for this facility on the spot. And that it was like the light went on. And he said, Pastor Tom, you have the authority to pick a paint color, like right now? And I said, I don't know, I guess we'll see. But that's the one we're gonna go with. And then he said, Pastor Tom, do you realize what it would take at my church to pick a paint color? First of all, the elders would sit down and make a list of people who would serve on a paint selection committee. And then they would do their due diligence and recommend to the trustee board that the paint color be whatever their recommendation would be, and then the trustees would banter it around for a while, and then they would make a recommendation to the elders, and in many churches, the elders would have to make a recommendation to the church family, who would vote on what the paint color for the building would be. I said to him, you realize what would happen at our church if I ever asked anybody to sit on a paint selection committee? They'd look at me like I'd lost my mind. Okay, I know you're changing the world, you guys, and I know you're really motivated to see lost people become saved people, but right now I need you to stop that because you don't have the bandwidth for both. I want you to stop that, and I want you to pick up paint color. In most situations, meaningful committee is an oxymoron. And it's not that they don't have a great conversation and they don't love each other and don't have great times. But people trust us, and the target we paint is the target they're shooting for. And if we ever give them the impression that their mission is to pick a paint color, well, no wonder church attendance has fallen off a cliff. Houston, we have a problem. You remember those words? Those are 5 of the most famous words in American aviator history. And you remember the movie, Apollo 13. That spacecraft was on course for the moon when Mission Control asked the command module pilot to turn on the hydrogen oxygen tank stirring fans, and 93 seconds later, there was a bang. Number 2 oxygen tank exploded. And to save the lives of those 3 astronauts, NASA engineers scrambled to jury-rig a CO2 scrubber using only what they knew, the materials that they knew was on board that spacecraft. Those men were 200,000 miles away, and if those NASA engineers in that room could not fabricate a scrubber that they could replicate in that module, space module, then they would lose their lives. Up in that spacecraft, there were spacesuit hoses, supply box, cardboard, plastic, flight manual, duct tape, a bunch of things. And so you remember the scene from that movie. You can actually Google it. I think it's called the round peg in a square hole scene. And that guy brings in this big box of all the stuff that's on the spacecraft, dumps it on the table, and all those engineers standing around and said, you got to build a scrubber with that they can replicate up there. The Greek word is phronesis. It's translated wisdom, but it's practical wisdom. It's the kind of wisdom that solves a problem. The ancient Greeks used the word to describe being crafty, figure something out, taking what you're given and solving that problem. We might use the term in our culture, I'm going to MacGyver it, because you saw the show. Here, fill in a couple of blanks in your syllabus. Less time requires more focus. Less time requires more focus. See, this is important, because if you're going to create a ministry process, the first question is not what the strategy should look like. The first question is, how long should it take? Like you're sitting around thinking, okay, I'm going to adopt this oikocentric strategy. We got the 5 steps. We're going to prepare people to reach their world. Okay, this is the strategy we set up to help people prepare to reach their world. No, you don't make the strategy, you ask the question. This is the question you ask church family. How long will you give us? How much time can we have? So what do you mean? No, how much time will you give me every week to prepare you to change your world for Christ? And they have to look at their schedules. And they're exhausted before they come to church. Remember that. And they got 2 jobs, 2-income family, generally. We got a 2-income family. We got 2.3 kids. They're all in different sports, different academic programs, maybe going to different schools. They're trying to be good parents, trying to keep their marriage fresh. They're trying to make a living. They're trying to keep up the household. They're trying to mow the lawn. They're trying to get away once in a while, get some downtime, be refreshed. And so they factor all that in, and they come back and they say, Pastor, this is how much time we can give you. And I'm not asking you to even ask the question of the ones who are disinterested, because they're not giving you anything. That's 20%. And I'm certainly not asking you to ask the people over here, because they'll give you anything. That 20% is on board. If you created a strategy, they would engage it and fulfill it. because they're the greatest. I love those people. But I can't design a church for those people. Because if I design a system for them, those people who give me 10 or 15 hours a week, and then I go to the 60% in the middle who I'm trying to move over there before they fall over there, and I ask them to give me 10 or 15 hours, they're not moving anywhere. Because they can't. So when I design a ministry strategy, I got to keep the 60% in mind. It's the precision principle, folks. Why would you design a 10-hour strategy if the 60% could only give you 2 hours? And that's why you ask the question, how much time do we have? And that's the question we asked years ago. We asked him, how much time are you going to give us? And we surveyed the church. We had small group conversations. We taught about it. We had exit polling. We had all kinds of conversations to answer the question. And the answer they gave us at High Desert Church, and I'm not saying it should be the answer in your context. I don't know. The answer they gave us was 5 hours a week. Pastor Tom, we love you. We love the church. We love the vision. We have our list. We're praying for them. We're investing in them. We're inviting. And we want to prepare to get better at this mission. But we can only give you 5 hours. It's almost as if that Apollo 13 scene when the guy had all the stuff in the box and had the table and he dumped it on the table. Yeah, that's it. In the box is the number 5. He dumped the 5 hours on the table and he said, now design a strategy to prepare people to change their worlds for Christ. A strategy that they can fulfill in 5 hours a week. And some of you are already saying, you're looking at your schedule. Your wallet is already so full. Your friend is morbidly obese. You took the pledge, so forgive me. I'm just saying. And you say, no, our church family gives us more than 5 hours. I don't know your church family, and I say this humbly, but I think I can confidently say, no, they won't. This 20% will, and those are the ones you're always hanging around with. They're the ones that have established the baseline for everybody. That's not fair. These people aren't going to give you anything. They don't give you more. They don't give you 15 hours. They give you nothing. But remember, Pastor, the people you're trying to move that way will probably give you around 5 hours a week. So you design a ministry structure that will prepare people to change their worlds for Christ so that your structures, your systems, and your vision can align. And so our pastor engineers at HTC, we sat down and we recognized, we use the term 5-hour box now. After the Apollo 13 scene, it's the 5-hour box. Whatever we put in that box will not take more than 5 hours a week. How can we do it? I was having lunch with our communications manager, a guy named Matt, and we were talking about some of these ideas, and this has been a couple of years ago, and he said, creativity only exists in the context of limitations. And then he kept going. I said, stop, what did you say? He said, creativity only exists, he had to remember, only exists in the context of limitation. I said, Matt, that's brilliant. I wrote it down on a napkin, and I put it in the workshop. You have limitations, now be creative. We brag about our creativity. Oftentimes I call creativity a god because we all feel like we have to reinvent the wheel all the time. And we have to make it somehow uniquely ours. I don't know what that says about us, but we all love creativity, but we can make a god out of creativity. It should be a gift, not a god. And that gift should be applied where we have limitations, and we need to recognize what our limitations are so that we can be creative. And so we started to process. So what are we going to do to prepare our people to reach the others, the age 15 who are sitting in the front row seats? And the first thing we said is we need to have a worship experience where the Word of God is taught, and it's designed to prepare people to reach their oikos. But then we said, okay, a worship experience, a weekend worship experience, How much time is that going to take? And we said, well, it'll probably take about an hour and a half by the time people roll in and roll out and get their kids checked in and checked out. And by the time they come on the campus and leave the campus, that could be at least an hour and a half. Okay, so we factored that in. See, this is a problem because now we're down to 3.5 hours because we only have 5. And so then we said, well, every good presentation needs to have a good conversation, because if it's a good presentation, it deserves a good conversation. So we, like many of you, have small groups. All of our small groups are sermon-based, so that when the pastor speaks on the weekend, now they can discuss it in their groups. And the reason that's important is because so many people didn't understand what the pastor said on the weekend. And so now we can really zero in on the big idea or the big ideas that are important to the church team, the leadership team, for the church family. And a small group usually takes about 2 hours a week, which means we're up to 3.5 hours and down to 1.5 more. And then we're stuck with the Bible, because the Bible says that everybody's been gifted with a spiritual gift, needs to serve either in the local church or in the community. And so we express our gifts, and that's going to take at least another 1.5 hours, maybe 2 hours a week. And you add all that up, and what does that all add up to? It adds up to 5 hours. You know what? We're done. You say, well, I could never, you say maybe, I could never create a strategy to prepare people to reach their oikos with that formula. And I would say, okay, well, we had no choice because they only gave us 5. Now we could add some other things, but they ain't coming. They'll come, but not them. People are exhausted before they even come to church. That's a problem. And that's why we have to be careful what we ask of our church family. Maybe you remember that story of Jesus on the Sea of Galilee with, Peter and the fellows, and they're showing him their fishing enterprise. And he says to them essentially, gentlemen, this is awesome. I love fish, and you guys have got it dialed in, man. You're great fishermen, and you can spend the rest of your lives, your natural lives, fishing for fish. Or you can follow me, and we will decide how to paint buildings together. No, he didn't say that. He said, you can fish for the rest of your life, or you can follow me, and together we will change the world. And the next line in that story says, they dropped their nets to follow Christ. That is a compelling option to change the world, to transform people's lives, to fish for men and women who are lost and help them become saved. See, when you fill a 3-item box with 3 items, and then you begin to force more things inside the box, you've done this. And if anybody's ever moved, from one location to another, maybe you change offices, maybe you moved from one house to another house, and you go down, you get all these boxes, and you fill them up, and then you got another thing, you just want to shove it in there, like the wallet on the Seinfeld clip. And then just one more thing you can shove in. And then we got this group that can meet. And we got this program. And we got that program. We're just going to fill this box. And what happens over time as the walls of the box begin to kind of bow out. But if you keep shoving stuff in there, the box will break. And people break too. And so I know you're going to lament and say, I need a bigger box, and you can say anything you want, but pastors, you don't get to decide the size of the box. You just get to decide what goes in it. And so when you decide what faithfulness looks like and what preparing people to change their worlds for Christ should look like, recognize your limitations. Recognize the problem. We expect people to do what's humanly impossible by calling them to a 10-hour commitment when they can't give it. And again, they can't give all, and so they give nothing. Well, we talked about, planning on purpose, and you got your purpose down, so now you're going to create structures sensibly based on purpose. And that third leg of this leadership tripod is to lead by example. To lead by example. So let's talk for just a few minutes about the partnership principle. The partnership principle. Luke chapter 11, verse 17, Jesus said this, "A house divided against itself will fall." Abraham Lincoln gets the credit for that, but Jesus is the one who said it first. Unity, partnership. Here, fill in some blanks. A clear and compelling mission unifies a group. A clear and compelling mission unifies a group. I just ask you, Pastor, is your church united around a clear and compelling mission? Do they even know what the mission is? And is the mission they know remotely close to the Great Commission? The only mission Jesus gave us? I was talking to a fellow friend, actually up in the Northwest. The meeting or the conversation took place in Seoul, Korea. It was one of those times we were sharing a conference together, and we were talking about church mission statements because it was generic to the Oikos principle, and I asked him what his was. And he gave me something like, and I love this guy, and he's a great leader, and I'm not being critical, I'm just speaking how we would see something, so I hope this doesn't come across as being critical. But he said something like, well, our mission statement, our vision statement is inward, upward, outward, to grow in Christ and to worship God, and then to be outwardly focused and reach people with the gospel. And he said, that's what we do. That's our three purposes. I said, oh, that'd never work at HCC. And he said, well, why not? And I said, because you give them options, man. You can't give people options. I mean, you give people those three options just to grow internally or worship and share the gospel. What will they always default to? They want to go somewhere where their needs are met, where they're well fed. It will always, always, always be inward. And you might get some of them to look upward. You might push some of them upward, but you'll never get anybody outward. And outward is the purpose of the church. It's because of the Great Commission that we even think outwardly. So, having said that, a clear and compelling mission unifies a group. So we got to make sure that we are knowingly committed to the right mission and that it's clear. And if it's clear, and certainly if it's biblical, if Jesus gave it to us, it'll be compelling on its own. Again, quoting extreme leadership, by the Navy SEALs. Here's a quote. The true test for a good brief is not whether the senior officers are impressed. You listening, Pastor? Okay. The true test for a good brief is not whether the senior officers are impressed. It's whether or not the troops that are going to execute the operation actually understand it. And everything else is, well, it had a word in the book that I'm not going to put on screen. Everything else is meaningless. A clear and compelling mission that everybody gets. See, look what Paul wrote in the Ephesian letter, chapter 4. Make every effort to keep the unity of the Spirit through the bond of peace. There is one body, one Spirit. You were called to one hope when you were called, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, who is over all and through all and in all. Do you understand what he's trying to say? How important it is to unify a church around a mission. And Paul's writing in 1 Corinthians 11, and we know the Corinthians were a little jacked up, but he says this. This is amazing, by the way, what he writes. In the following directives, I have no praise for you, for your meetings do more harm than good. In the first place, I hear that when you come together as a church, there are divisions among you. Divisions among you. Listen, divisions will kill you. You got to give people something that is worth doing so they'll stop arguing. People can come together if you give them something really important to do. Yeah, I believe that. I really do. It says in your syllabus, a charismatic leader can fill a room, but only a common mission will unite the people in it. I mean, you can all day long fill your church buildings with charismatic communicators, highly gifted communicators. I mean, the room will be full. But remember, the local church is a strategy, not the objective. And when your room is full, other rooms around town of churches being led by less gifted communicators will be empty. And some of you listening today are a less gifted communicator, and you're wondering how you're even supposed to compete. How do you compete with those guys? Well, it's not a competition. And Oikos is the great equalizer. Everybody has one. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your gift mix is. I don't care what your status in the church. I don't care what your physiology is like. I don't care what your ethnicity is. Doesn't matter to me. Everybody's got an Oikos. And all of a sudden, everybody's playing the same game on a level field. That'd be nice. Once again, Extreme Ownership, that book, when personal agendas become more important than the team and the overarching mission success, performance suffer and failure ensues. Failure ensues. And the church growth rate in the United States is not even keeping up with the population rate. We are slowly becoming a non-believing nation. Pre-COVID, we can't blame this on government lockdowns and churches shutting their doors. You can't, because your doors were open before when this was happening. Collaboration. It's a great term. The discipline of respect, the practice of valuing others for their contribution and initiating conversations with the right people at the right time to create better outcomes. It's not about you. It's not about you. Yeah, it's not. Deference, the discipline of humility. The practice of allowing every member of your team to do the job they've been asked to do, supporting their solutions, even if they're different from yours. Those two words have become mantras for our church team, our oikocentric church team, because it's not about us. You can accomplish a lot more if you don't care who gets the credit. And consensus and deference are 99% attitude. See, we stay in our lanes. God gives us, we stay in our lane. He gives us an assignment, we stay in our lane. He gives us a front row. It's a unique front row, 8 to 15 people, nobody else probably has. We stay in our lane. We do our job. Ephesians 4, verse 1, as a prisoner for the Lord, then I urge you to live a life worthy of the calling you have received. Be completely humble and gentle. Be patient, bearing with one another in love. Fill in another blank in your syllabus. A clear core theology generates momentum. Generates momentum. You got a compelling mission, it will unify. And if you have a clear core theology, it'll generate momentum because people can rally around that. And I say this because so often we throw so many things into our you have to believe this to be a part of this church list. Every church has a list like that. Things that bind us together. And your church needs a list. Your list needs to be there. Our church has a list. And some of those things are your doctrinal statements. Some of those things might be some stylistic elements. I don't know, but I will tell you this. The longer your list, the smaller your church, the smaller your potential. Because the more things you throw on that list, the fewer people can actually match the list or fulfill the list. So figure out what should be on your list and then don't add anything to it. Now, once you generate that list, if somebody doesn't line up, then maybe they need to find another place. I don't know. But that's important. That's important. Well, let's keep going. Before we get to the pedestal principle, I'm compelled to throw another little suppose. Suppose this happened your way. a little bit like the Pastor Bob sequence. Let's just say that we were able to organize a group, and y'all were involved in this, a group of people, and we coordinated this effort so that every Christian denomination was represented in this group. And we closed the doors and we locked the doors because we want to bring the church together. And we said to the group, it's a very ecumenical group, all born again people. And I would even go so far as to say everybody who is genuinely a Christian, place a personal faith in Christ. And I would say, okay, all those things that divide us, and by the way, there are 33,000 different iterations of Christianity in the world today. No wonder the world looks at us sideways when we share the gospel, because they always default to this. There are so many different interpretations, which means I can make up my own. That's what it means to them, because we can't come together in unity around the mission, the one mission that Jesus gave us. So anyway, we got all these people in the room. Okay, you raise your hand. Remember, you took the pledge. This could actually offend some people. So we went around the room. We started over here. We went around the room, all the way around the room, and everybody got up and said what they believed about different things in the Bible. And we have different views about some of those ancillary, for the most part, doctrinal ideas, whether it refers to, some salvation stuff, maybe some end times things. I don't know, I'd probably throw a few more, maybe another dozen things in there that would divide this group of believers. Actually, yeah, okay, so we went around the room and everybody shared, and then others over here gave the counter argument, and then we went back and forth, and we resolved that issue to the point where everybody agreed, and then we went to the next idea and the next idea. Okay, this is going to take a while. Maybe it's going to take a long while, but we're not leaving until we get a doctrinal statement that every believer in the world can agree on. And so we came up with it, and we got it right here on the list. And we're patting ourselves on the back and high-fiving and say, okay, we all agree now. There's no more debate. There's no more division. Doctrinally, theologically, we all agree. Now, we began that experience by all agreeing on the essentials. But there were those other things that create angst. And so, this group thinks they're more spiritual than that group, and that group thinks they're more spiritual than that group, and that group knows they're more spiritual than any group because of those other things. So we got the list. And while we're patting ourselves on the back, door opens in the back. It was locked, but Jesus can get in. And he walks up here, and he says, let me see your list. And so I give him the list, and he kind of looks, at the list. He reads the list. He's kind of looking around the room. And we're all holding our breath because we don't know what he's going to say. We came to agreement, but we're not sure it's right. And then Jesus signs off on everything. He says, men and women, congratulations. You nailed everything that I tried to communicate in the Bible. This is exactly what I meant. And so that was a great day. We finally brought the church together, right? Okay, this is where it becomes offensive, maybe to a few of you. What we just experienced, if that were to happen, like it ever will, no, not. If that ever happened, we would have accomplished nothing more than what will be accomplished the second after we croak. And I'm not saying orthodox theology is not something we all strive for. And we need to bury ourselves in the scriptures and try to figure this stuff out. But lovingly and humbly, we all need to come together around the same mission because we all share the same mission. I have presented the Oikos principle to some iteration of every evangelical denomination in the world. 5 different continents. We've shared in multiple countries, obviously, and many states. I've shared these ideas, and to every single evangelical denomination, and nobody had a problem with it. Because the Oikos principle is the great equalizer. Jesus gave it to us. And I know we have differences, and I know we'll always think differently about so many things. But when we can think differently about those things in humility and maintain the unity, the integrity of the church around our common mission, which, by the way, is oikocentric, we can accomplish a lot more than we are. If you put, let's just take the Iranian stat. If you took that was Afghanistan, if you took a 19% growth rate for the church in the United States with a 1% population growth rate, you know what would happen. You know what problems we would solve, what political issues we'd be able to resolve. Because Jesus is the answer to all of this division. Anyway, okay, let's go to the pedestal principle. That's a passion for me, the unity of the church. And I'm an Orthodox thinker. I mean, when I teach the Bible, I have an opinion about everything. But there are an awful lot of people in this audience each week, of the thousands of people who attend. There are an awful lot of them who don't agree with me about it, and that's fine. On our list are core theological requirements to be a believer, to be a Jesus follower. We keep that list carefully, but want to maintain it carefully too. Okay, here we go. Pedestal principle. Leadership requires that someone is ahead of the pack. Leadership requires that someone is ahead of the pack. If somebody's not out front, then there's no leadership possible. In Romans chapter 12, verse 6 down through verse 8, we have different gifts according to the grace given to each of us. If your gift is prophesying, then prophesy. I love the simplicity of his challenge there. If you got the gift, use it. If it's prophecy, then prophesy in accordance with your faith. If it's serving, then serve. If it's teaching, then teach. I mean, duh. If it's to encourage, then give encouragement. If it's giving, then give generously. If it's to lead, then do it diligently. That word diligently means haste. In other words, get out in front. Spude is the Greek word. In fact, the Speedo swimwear line, sportswear line, that's spude. Because it's all about getting out in front, winning the race, winning the swim event. Get out in front quick is what he says, what Paul says, because people need leadership. He who thinketh he leadeth, but hath no one following, only taketh a walk. All right, you've heard that? Which brings us to an interesting principle, leadership principle. Lead by example, exemplary leaders. I call it the pedestal principle. And simply stated, the pedestal principle is this: people you lead will revere you to an unhealthy degree. They will idolize you, they will worship you because you're the leader. And I'm not saying that they're actually going to worship you or want your autograph. I'm simply saying they will recognize you're the leader and not feel compelled themselves to match your behavior, to match the level of your commitment. They won't, because you're the leader. See, that's the pedestal principle. The people we lead will not feel compelled to match our level of maturity or faithfulness, but will generally be satisfied with falling and not short of it. They see our example, they admire it. Pastor Tom, I admire you, but I don't feel responsible to be you, to be as committed as you. Why would they? After all, they're not the leader. We're the leaders. Now, there's not a double standard in the Bible, a standard for a leader and a standard for a follower. We're all called to Christ likeness. We all have that standard of Jesus to be like. Not a different standard of ethical behavior for one over the other. For example, with kids. See, in the Bible, there's not a standard of ethics for parents and a different standard for kids. But you'd have a hard time explaining that to kids because after all, they're not the parent. We are. Not a double standard in the Bible, one for students and a different one for teachers. But you'd have a difficult time convincing your youth group of that. After all, you're the youth leaders. They're just the students. There's not a double standard in the Bible, one for the sheep and one for the shepherd. But you'd have a hard time convincing your church of that because they're not the pastor, you are. There's one standard. But when people don't achieve that standard, we don't feel so bad because after all, the standard is Jesus, and he's Jesus and we're not, right? And there's a general sense of satisfaction that people feel when their level of faithfulness falls just a notch short of the one leading them. So understand what leadership is. Somebody's out in front, and Paul said, get out in front quick. But the pedestal principle states that you got to get out a little further than you think in order to be the kind of leader that God's called you to be. Those who don't understand the pedestal principle runs into problems, unnecessary problems. If you want to succeed as a leader, you got to figure out what you think is an appropriate level of faith for them. See, we're asking the wrong questions in leadership. It isn't how should I live my life? The question is how should they live theirs? And now, Paul said, once you've established that, hurry and get in front of them. Set your sights one notch higher for yourself. Why? So you can lead. This problem is magnified when pastors or mentors or parents expect those they lead to actually live at a standard that's even higher than the standard they believe is appropriate for themselves. For example, parents, they don't allow their kids to fight, but they fight. Parents don't let their kids watch R-rated movies, but they watch R-rated movies. Parents don't let their kids berate the officials in their Little League game, but they do. So here we are, instead of leading, we're actually setting our standards lower than the people we lead in families. That's the problem. And that makes a lot of people feel uncomfortable when I say it because it infringes on personal freedom, right? Personal freedom. Hey, we're not talking about freedom, we're talking about leadership. This isn't about your freedom. You know what parenting is? It's not about freedom, it's about leadership. If parents don't lead their families experience dysfunction. And a lot of parents want their kids, just to be their friends. They want to be the cool parent. And I always tell parents, your kids already have a lot of friends. They don't need another friend. What they need is a parent. You can still be friendly. But it's a pretty simple idea. See, pastoring is leadership, and if pastors don't lead, the churches experience dysfunctions, just like a family. And a lot of pastors just want to be their parishioners' friends more than they want to lead their parishioners. And you can still be friendly, you can still have friends. But I would say to your and our church family, same thing. You guys have a lot of friends. What you really need out of me is to be a pastor. So if you want to lead, position yourself accordingly this way. Figure out what's an appropriate level of caution for your church family and draw that line. And then take a few steps away from it. And set your standard even higher. I'll just give you a very practical example. My wife and I don't drink alcohol. And it's not because we wouldn't like the little umbrellas and those fruity little drinks, but because we've taken a few steps back from the appropriate line in the sand, which for our church family is to not become inebriated. This is not, my friends, a conversation about sin. This is a conversation about wisdom. It's not a conversation about your freedom. It's a conversation about your leadership. Figure out what's an appropriate level of indulgence regarding anything, and then take some steps away from it. We have an orange sheet here on our team. It's actually printed on white paper now, but it's still called the orange sheet. It's funny because the original version of that thing decades ago was printed on orange paper. And so we called it the orange sheet. And now whenever we talk about orange sheet, anybody who's been around a while knows exactly what policy, staff policy, we're referring to. And it has to do with interaction between our staff and other opposite sex, opposite gender staff members and parishioners. And other churches have looked at these restrictions that we have in play, and sometimes they roll their eyes like we're so old-fashioned. More recently, with so many organizations struggling with inappropriate sexual behavior among their leaders, those same people are not quite as critical as they used to be. But a long time ago, this is what we did. We determined what is an appropriate level of interaction for people of the opposite sex not married to one another, what that appropriate level of interaction should be. And anything more than that would be, maybe a little questionable. So what should that look like? And when we identified what that was, we stepped back from that line. People stumble all the time. And when you stumble, if you're close to the line, you cross the line, you fall over the line, you get in trouble because that's the danger zone. So it just is prudent to operate away from the line anyway, just to make sure if you mess up, that's not what happens. Same thing is true with the Oikos principle. It's really important that you lead by example. It's important that you take that list that you've generated and start praying and investing and inviting. See what happens. Years ago, a church in the Midwest, they called and asked if we'd come out there and do some training for them. And of course, we always love to do that whenever our schedule allows, and it did allow during that season. But in the initial conversation, I said, "Why are you calling me?" I'd never met or heard of these guys before. And they were in a conference call, which meant they were all around a conference call technology, and I was just on my phone in my office. And I said, "So what's going on? How'd you guys hear of us, or why do you want us?" And they said, "Tom, we were thinking about inviting you a year ago." And then one of the guys said, "Why would we spend all that money to bring Tom out? You got to pay him a little something, and you got to cover his expenses, and it might be a little pricey. So rather than do that, which we could do and should do maybe at some point, but let's test this Oikos principle out just ourselves." And so the 5 guys on the team, staff members on the team, all took the Oikos challenge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. List, pray, invest, invite, prepare. And about a year later, just from their meeting together to talk about their own front row seat dwellers, 11 people among the 5, or between the 5, 11 different people had given their hearts to Christ and were attending the church. And they said, if this happens with the 11 of us, or the 5 of us, to have that kind of 11 people respond to the gospel, just think what would happen if we opened it up to the whole church family. And that's what they wanted to do. But see, they were leading by example. And so when it comes to the Oikos principle, same standard, the pedestal principle's in play. Same standard is there. What do you want your church family to do? What would be an appropriate way to engage? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You just got to make sure that you are annoyingly committed to the mission yourself. And I would say that to every staff member on our team. There is no good reason for anyone who works at an oikocentric church to not be intentional about their oikos. In fact, of all the staff members we have on our team right now, only 2 were hired before this became a requirement for our staff to practice personally. And so they came into the game recognizing the importance of it. In an article entitled, "A Company's Purpose Has to Be a Lot More Than Words," it's in the Business Journal a few years ago, Nate Vorak and Brian Ott wrote this, and I'm quoting, "A company's purpose is more than a mission statement or a vision cast from the C-suite. In fact, Gallup finds that when it comes to communicating an organization's purpose to your employees, customers, and stakeholders, words don't matter nearly as much as actions do." Remember what the Navy SEAL said, it's not what you preach, it's what you tolerate. At its core, a company's purpose is a bold affirmation of its being in business. It's why HTC exists, to prepare every generation to change their worlds for Christ. And I said this on the weekend again. We had a membership class just last Sunday afternoon, and there's a group gathered in that room. And I said, I don't know how long you are going to be attending High Desert Church, but I promise you this, whether you're here a couple of weeks or a couple of months or years or decades, when you leave this place, you will be better prepared to reach the people sitting in your front row seats than you are right now. That is our mission as a church. That's our purpose. But that mission statement conveys what we stand for. No matter how we communicate, that mission statement to employees and customers, our clients, to use business terms, but our parishioners in the church world, we have to lead by example. And leaders face that ongoing challenge to make that purpose real in their own lives. Here's a quote from the Gallup about what Gallup has found. Gallup often finds dissonance between a company's desire, their purpose to be, and the brand and culture their employees create through their actions. And what our mission statement says, our employees or our leaders are not pursuing or not following. And if you're out there right now wondering how to embed an oikocentric psyche into the life and culture of your church, I would say this: talk to your leaders. Bring your leaders into the conversation. Whether it's by reading a book, Not My Church book, or 8 to 15 book, or whether it's having them sit in a workshop like this, whether it's just a conversation that you initiate about the Oikos principle, but you need to have buy-in from those key leaders, because it's not just how you purposefully plan or sensibly structure. Who's leading this thing? That determines how far we can go with it. Whatever you do, don't start this journey without the leadership, that core decision-making team on board. Well, let me conclude our time today. We're getting pretty close to what we said would be the end of the day. I still just want to say a couple of things and we'll let you go. But this workshop has been all about mission control versus mission drift. Staying on point versus what's the point? Mission Drift actually is a book. Pete Greer and Chris Horst wrote that, and that describes how the tendency to drift is something that's in all of us. So many Christian institutions have left the moorings of their founded purpose, and now they're about things that have nothing to do with what they were founded to be about. For example, Harvard University, this is going to surprise some of you, this is their founding mission statement: to be plainly instructed and consider well that the main end of your life and studies is to know God and Jesus Christ. That's Harvard. Not anymore. Jim Collins describes the steps that led to the decline of corporate America in his book entitled How the Mighty Fall. You may have read it. And he said there are different stages of an organization's decline, and I would suggest different stages of a church's decline. And it begins with arrogance. Collins calls it hubris born of success, believing that your church can marginalize your core mission and be successful, that your organization can marginalize what your core mission is and branch out into all these other things, as we have done with the evangelical church. We have marginalized the Great Commission for the sake of programs. Hubris, sinful pride, thinking we can do so many things. And when a church begins to overreach, when they start shoving things in their wallet that are not systemic to their mission, the mission itself is pushed to the back burner and eventually lost off the stovetop altogether. This undisciplined pursuit of more. Another phase. Pursuing more. The church being involved in anything and everything. Everything is our mission. If that's the case, then nothing's our mission. That's why Jesus was very intentional and specific about what we are to be about. That undisciplined pursuit for more leads to denying the peril. You know, and the denial of risk and peril, that's when we start blaming outside forces for the reason we struggle. We start saying, well, it's the COVID crisis. It's the economy. It's that people won't give. See, it's that the megachurch across town is siphoning away all of our people. See, denial of risk and peril, and then grasping for salvation, looking for the quick fix. You know, going to those conferences, reading those books, where you can just do something quick to make everything better. And I told you the Oikos principle is not a quick fix. It's a slow process. And it's not about building a church, a particular local church, although I believe, from what I've seen, it will build a local church family. It'll give them confidence, it'll give them direction, it'll give them focus, and it will give them growth. But that's not the reason. The reason we are here today is not because your local church growth is the objective. Your local church is the strategy to see lost people become saved people. And then the last phase, how the mighty fall, capitulation, thrown in the towel. History is a great teacher for us, folks. A lack of focus at the very beginning. Focus, focus, focus. A lack of focus will eventually be exposed by dysfunction. The older you get, the easier it is to put on weight. Trust me on that. I mean, I think I was in my 40s before I could put on a pound. My wife, who's a gourmet cook, made it her personal mission to put weight on me when we got married. But, you know, you hit your 40s and it becomes a little easier to put on weight. I asked church planners what the best season of their ministry was. You know, tell me about the best times you can remember in leadership and in ministry. And they say it was those early years, those first initial years, when all we had was a vision, and we had a small group, and we had passion. And we wanted to see lost people become saved people. And they will tell you, we didn't even have any money. And then God gave them some increase. And when God gave the increase, then the money started rolling in. And then as the money rolled in, they had to spend it. And what did they spend it on? They spent it on programs. They spent it on distractions. They spent it on things that are not mission critical, because that's what churches do, right? See, we begin this dangerous trajectory toward distraction and complexity and consequential dysfunction. And that's why so many churches find themselves down here. Lack of focus. 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 You don't have to lift a finger to gain weight. It will happen. It will happen automatically. It happens here. We have meetings regularly, annually. Create a not-to-do list. What snuck into our systems over the last 12 months that are not mission critical to our purpose as a church? That are not systemically connected to our 5-hour box? You don't have to lift a finger for things to creep into your church, but you have to work really hard to get them out. See, you don't have to lift a finger to gain weight. You got to work really hard to lose it. That's why most people don't lose weight, and why most pastors can't find traction with an exponential idea, because their structures are so burdened with so much. So you could look at this whole day really as a diet regimen for your church. And as you slim down, as you simplify your ministries, as you recognize the size of your box and start taking things out that don't fit, you will become more focused, you'll become more effective, and you'll become healthier. And so what I would like to do as we kind of wind down our time here is I'd like to close this workshop, this time, in prayer. And I just want to ask God's blessing on your church. So if you'll allow me that honor to close our time in prayer. Father, we thank you very much for what you are doing in these churches, these men and women who have sat so patiently to hear me rant about what I believe is helpful or important. And I pray that you would help them in their conversations after our time today. Just help them figure out what is here for them that they should use or leverage, what takeaways could be beneficial for them as they seek to proclaim your gospel and fulfill the commission that you have given your church. And so I just commit this time, this fire hose of information, all of these notes that have been taken, and would in the days and weeks that follow today, would you give us wisdom, all of us wisdom, to know how to best pursue your desire to build your church. Bless my brothers and sisters as they go forward with creativity, with confidence, with boldness, with conviction, and with fruit, Lord. Let us bear more fruit, more lasting fruit for your kingdom. In Jesus' name. All God's children said, amen. Hey, men and women, thank you very much for being so patient today. I know we've probably mentioned that a few times, but I just want to say thanks again. We got some questions, though, that you asked, and I have a friend, my one and only friend, Dr. Kurt Thielen. Before we get started, he's going to help me answer some of these questions as well as propose them. He's got them written down. Thank you, by the way, for writing in the chat and asking them. Stand up, Kurt. Kurt's taller than me until I chose the high stool, and now Kurt's shorter than me. See, this is a leadership principle that I want to share with you. Anyway, how long have you been with us on our team here, Pastor Kurt?
Yeah, I've been with us starting my 24th year here in August, so been a long time.
In the little break there, I asked him how long he expected to be here when he arrived, and
I said 2 to 4 years. There's a little dash apparently I missed.
He thought 24 would be hyphenated. Okay, it's been a long day, so let's just get right to the questions. Pastor Kurt, what's written down there?
Yeah, Peter asked a question. He says, what are effective ways to maintain an oikocentric approach and prevent mission drift?
Okay, why don't you go ahead and answer? I have some thoughts, and Kurt, Dr. Thielen, he's a brilliant strategist, pastoral strategist, as well as one who has found very unique and wonderful ways to integrate oikos into our presentations of the scriptures. So let me just say that I would say consistency. I think that there is, that's a strategy, just staying on point. And so often we have this need, I think, it's maybe one of our genes in our DNA in there somehow, that we somehow have to be creative. And as I have said and say many times, creativity becomes a god. And moving on to something new and exciting in the next, shiny object in our ministries is something that people expect. And so, I just hearken back to that one line in the presentation earlier today: be annoyingly committed to the mission. And like I've again said often, until High Desert Church realized there was no next, Pastor Tom, Oikos has been fun, what are we going to do next? Until they understood, wait a minute, there's no next, is there? No, we're just going to find more efficient ways to fulfill the great commission.
Yeah, and I would say too, on top of that is the staff love new ideas and new programs will come. Again, the wineskins will change periodically, and so there's a different way to maybe do ministry. Sure. But driving back to the why, the purpose behind it really is, I think, helping people stay on track. If they don't have that purpose of Oikos as what's driving a program or an idea, ultimately it will drift over time. Yeah. And so I think we're pretty careful around here of making sure our programs that we're promoting, just as far as a new way of doing ministry, are always Oikos-centric.
Yeah, and the question often when you're in a meeting, a leadership meeting, and there is a proposal made, the question might be some form of this: explain to me how that connects to our mission as a church to see lost people know Christ. And how does that leverage relationships? And the 95%, let's not ignore the 5%, but let's make sure that we push the lion's share of our energies and our resources toward those metrics that are going to be most impactful.
Even recently, even this past week, we've been talking about trying to help out and encourage our hospitals in the area. And one of the reasons we're doing that is that we have Oikos-centric relationships with so many of the staff members there, so that when we go into that environment to provide a blessing to those people that are on the front lines of just in our communities, it really is linked to who we are and who our 8 to 15 already are. And so again, even that of a very fun, and for many of our staff members, such a practical and intuitive way to encourage our community, it still has to be linked to those 8 to 15 that we're doing life with, and leveraging and building those bridges.
Yeah, we've got a lot of medical personnel and hospital staff members who attend our church, and many of their Oikos networks, their oikoi members, to use the Greek plural there, many of them are working with them. And so to give them the opportunity to elevate a conversation about their church family with their Oikos by sharing a taco truck or sharing an ice cream cart that our church provided the hospital to thank them and encourage them during this season of COVID treatment here in the high desert, it's been significant. And I think that has given them the chance to just have spiritual conversations. So that's always the point, but always ask the question, whether it's about a taco truck or even about a Bible study. I mean, what's the missional element here? And if you can't find one, then there's no good reason to provide it. What else you got? Oh, go ahead.
By the way, if that didn't answer your question, Peter, feel free to just type in the chat. Let us know. We can do a follow-up after we kind of get a little further along.
And Lindsay will answer the question on the chat far better than either Kurt or myself.
That is very true.
Second
question was more of a practical question. Have you considered releasing your book in a Kindle format?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's just a logistical challenge sometimes, but we will. This year has been so distracting for all of us, and some of those little housekeeping details after the book was released, we just keep kind of pushing aside but it's really not that much work. I don't know why we haven't done that yet. Good call. Yeah.
All right.
So I'm assuming that if we do that, we'll sell at least one copy.
One more copy.
One.
8 to 15 of them.
Since he asked. Okay. Yeah.
Third question that Peter had was, what does it take for oikoi, using that quote there, that are a little more insulated from things, where our closest people primarily are believers, and how do we move them to include more pre-Christians and potentials?
Yes, that is a challenge. You know, you can almost gauge the length of time people have been in church in terms of being a believer and participating in a church, not necessarily the one you lead. You can almost gauge how many non-believers naturally will be in their oikos or on their card by how long they've been a Christian. It seems like we just get so wrapped up in ourselves. Isn't that the case? We are such self-centered people. Even this whole idea about opening versus not opening churches, and the conversations that we have had are so non-missional, it seems, to so many pastors. It's like, well, we want to open, but it's not us that our mission is focused on. It's the people who don't understand reopening a church, Those are the ones we're trying to bring to Christ. So it is that missional side of that discussion that even becomes important to us as a church. And so I would simply say that the longer you're a Christian, the less likely you are to think missionally. You're more likely to think, how can our church become more enjoyable, more encouraging? And so you just got to push people to think outside the box. I did mention in the presentation earlier today, kids will do this for you. And so just have honest conversations with your children, or if I had them now with our children, Cheryl's and my children grown up, if I had them now with my grandchildren, they'd be able to point out people that I interact with regularly that I tend not to identify as being the purpose for my waking up today. But they can see that much better than I. So I don't even know, except you got to figure it out. Everybody has non-believers in their oikos. They have to be trained to identify them. And I know that I just believe you can do that.
Yeah, and I'm just, when you're talking, Tom, it made me think, I just know in my own life, my kids actually add people into my oikos because they might join a sports team, and immediately I am now thrust into a world where I'm engaging with people maybe I hadn't been around before. We start conversations, and so I as a pastor, maybe you're in ministry, maybe you feel that you're somewhat insulated. I have a renta oikos, if you want to use that, because my wife is a public school teacher, and her oikos has become my oikos, and so we pray together for people in her world because I have a little bit, the audience I mean, Pastor Tom, he's one of my oikos, but he knows Christ.
I have received Christ.
He has. But my wife is surrounded by people that we do life with that I think has really been fun for me to almost jump into those around me. And so I would even encourage families, if they don't have an oikos that they see vividly in their own mind, to open their eyes to even see the external ones around them. And I think God will begin to open their eyes to the ones that are right there close to them that they just can't see quite yet.
Yeah, and it raises a good point. It might be a good idea to actually put together a family oikos card where it's like a team, Christianity is a team sport. And you've got some teammates there who are part of your oikos, but if they understand the principle and the idea, just get conversations about, hey, kids, hey, wife, husband, if you can't think of anybody for your particular life right now, well, let's talk about the kids and let's talk about the others. But anyway, yeah, good thought. That's very interesting. Yes.
Thank you. All right. Nathan and his whole team
Hey, Nathan.
Hi, Nathan. Asked a couple questions. He says, is there a part of the model that you still wrestle with as a team?
This is a rhetorical question, Nathan. Is Jeff Wheeler behaving himself? It's a rhetorical question. I already know the answer to it. What was the question again, Kurt?
Thank you for paying attention.
Yes, I'm paying attention.
Is there a part of the model that you still wrestle with as a team?
Yes.
Yes.
Nathan, I think the biggest problem we got is just remembering it's the only problem we have. The problem we're trying to solve is that lost people find Jesus. And we are in a culture, a Christian culture, people join the team. They're part of other conferences, which are great, other workshops. There's so much to learn besides just the oikos principle when it comes to ministry. But then we become enamored ourselves with what else we should be doing. And like I shared at the end of the last segment, Collins talks about how the mighty fall and how we get off mission and then we begin to dysfunction and eventually self-destruct. And so I would just say for ourselves here, I think even as oikocentric as we are, there's always that tendency to just want to do something new and something that has virtually nothing to do with the Great Commission. And so it does require leadership, Nathan. And I know, all joking aside, Jeff and your team are awesome. They got a great church out there in Sioux Falls. So,
yeah.
Amen, brother. What else?
Amen. Yeah, one of the things I was thinking about there is when you talk about the wrestling with our team, I think even the developing staff, when you add new staff into your team,
sure,
it is a challenge to find the people with an oikocentric DNA. Most people in ministry get it. They just haven't heard the word. They haven't thought through the process. But to get someone who really is willing to do that can be challenging. On the flip side, I think, Tom, some of our most recent hires are some of the most oikocentrically minded people. They want this. They've been looking for this their whole ministry. And so it's kind of like we have this pendulum. Some of the new staff, they just jump right on board. And then others, it's going to take a while to maybe get them up to speed. So I think part of the staff development is part of that.
Yeah, we've experienced, it's a good point, but we've experienced as people join our team that there's almost that, finally I get to serve in a ministry that actually is missional and not just maintaining what we have, but trying to do what Jesus asked. So, even though they may not understand the language, they may not understand the Oikos principle really formally, maybe haven't attended a workshop yet, but they latch on to it pretty quickly and get excited about it. Yeah.
Also part of the team, he says, what do you feel has been the most effective communication strategy to spread the Oikos message and vision to the congregation?
Yeah, you probably have some thoughts on this too, Kurt. I would say, though, that the most effective communication tool is the most effective communication tool you have right now for whatever else you're communicating. For example, we have chosen the weekend experience, now a remote experience, but the weekend experience and small groups and the conversations that germinate there as our primary means of communicating the Oikos principle, because that's where we communicate everything else. So if you isolate the Oikos idea through a unique communication strategy, then you almost pit it against all the other things you're saying through these other strategies, rather than allow it to be the dominant message. Lifting up Jesus and the Great Commission, make that the dominant message of what you teach on the weekend. And even as you foster conversations with your small groups, put in there for the group leaders, how does this passage impact your Oikos? How do the principles we've learned today from this particular Bible study have an effect on the way you approach those 8 to 15 people sitting in the front row seats of your life? So it is for us that our primary communication vessels are the primary communication strategies for Oikos. Now, if you lead kids, you probably have a primary communication strategy for children. We'll just make it oikocentric. If you have a primary strategy for students, just infuse the Oikos principle into that messaging. And so that might be overstating the obvious, and I apologize if it sounds too simplistic, but this really isn't something you have to create. Honestly, so many churches don't have to do all that much different, except to make sure that that thread of mission becomes more and more connective in your church. And I know at the conference that we have in October, I hope all of your teams will be able to join us, because those conferences and the seminars that our team has been, preparing and practicing and giving to, some focus groups just to make sure we're on point when we are with you in October. But there's even some communications and media strategies and in conversations in those seminars, as well as how to infuse this into children and students and small groups specifically. So we got our subject matter experts going to be speaking into how the general principles I've shared today are becoming more impactful in specific ministry settings.
Yeah, I love that, Tom. From my perspective, again, I've been under this man's leadership for 20 plus years.
You're shorter than me now, remember?
And I'm shorter than you.
My ministry.
It gets old. And Tom is great. And I do think at HDC, having Tom drip Oikos for every weekend he's in, it has been the foundation of what we do. And so I do think even at most churches that we interact with, that senior communicator, whoever that person is, has to drip it regularly and often and consistently, and using Tom's word, annoyingly, because it just comes from him. And I think that's where our church at the macro level really got started, was Tom dripped that every weekend. I think the move to making it even more effective was not the fact that Tom was the lone voice, is that our staff began to drip it in their micro settings. And so I think that partnership between your senior leader just owning the concept and dripping it, and then having a staff team or whoever's, even the volunteers, the key volunteers, whoever they might be, having them on the same page and then dripping it to their world. I think that's what's been powerful, is it's not just Tom's idea, even though maybe he's the one who generated it here at HDC. It now is our church idea, and there's ownership way past Tom, which is what he's always wanted. But I think it's getting traction now on our staff, which I think then is dripping its way down into volunteers, which then is going to the congregation as a whole.
Yeah, Oikos, and I shared this, it's not my idea. And so I've actually had people, I don't know, maybe I said this, but I have people who email me and ask me for permission to use that idea for something in ministry. And I'm quick to remind them, you don't need my permission. Jesus already gave you his permission, and he's the author and perfecter of lots of things. So go ahead. Okay, what's next?
All right.
These people are tired.
Yeah, there's one more question.
Okay.
Do your congregants ever talk about Oikos to outsiders? That word's in quotes, like people outside.
Love that. I will tell you that it used to not be uncommon, and I assume it won't be uncommon again when we're able to all come together for these gatherings after this pandemic's over. Guy comes running up in the lobby with somebody I've never seen. I may not really know him that well either, but Pastor Tom, I want to introduce you to one of the members of my Oikos, unashamedly, publicly, and I don't know if there was a conversation before that conversation who explained to that individual what he meant by that, but yes, there is Oikos is a loving, supportive, it's family. It's a family, extended family term. When somebody who's an outsider hears that they're in your Oikos and they understand what that means, they will be so impressed that you care about them at that level, that they're part of that group that you love, that you are investing in, that you are wanting to know Jesus because he's that important to you. And I just don't see a disconnect. You know, and I hear this question stated a couple of different ways. One is, what happens when you're in front of the church and you talk about Oikos and then somebody's sitting there who is a member of one of your parishioners' Oikos, and they think, wait a minute, how do I fit into this matrix? And the point, that doesn't happen. We explain, if you're here and you hear the word Oikos and you were invited, you probably were invited by somebody who loves you, somebody who wants the best for you. They have brought you into their inner circle. You are on their front row when it comes to intentionality and focus and love extended. And so it isn't something that ever needs to be an embarrassment or needs to be hidden from outsiders. All right, that's it?
That's all I had.
Okay, well, if that's all you got, that's all I've got. Once again, October, help me, 21 and 22. Is that right, Lindsay?
22?
21 and 22. It's the 22nd.
That's 22nd.
That we're having the Oikos conference, the one-day conference. The 21st, we're doing this workshop in case you have other pastors or team members that you'd like to bring up to speed about the Oikos principle. And then on the Thursday, that's on a Wednesday, on the Thursday of that week, it's just on, man. It's on. We're going to talk about all kinds of ways that you can share and leverage this idea in your church. So once again, Pastor Kurt, thank you for filling in for our brother George today, and thank you everybody for joining us. It has been a blast knowing you're there, and we hope to maybe connect with you face to face someday, if not here, in heaven. God bless you.
Thank you, guys.
Goodbye.